say something to that. That'd be nice. We're not nonpartisan.
It's in the vision. I'm not going to be able to make that far.
I'm going to be at the beach. We're heading out on Saturday morning. Okay. The time now is approximately 7 p.m. and the May 16th, 2024 Farragut Municipal Planning Commission will now begin. I just want to start by saying good evening to all of you in attendance tonight. My name is Scott Russ. I'm the chairman that will be conducting tonight's meeting. We appreciate that every one of you has taken time from your schedules to attend tonight's meeting to observe how our town government works. Before we get started, I have a little bit of housekeeping I'd like to do. First of all, if I could ask everybody to please silence your phones for us. Greatly appreciate that. All Farragut Municipal Planning Commission meetings are public notice per Tennessee state law. This Planning Commission meeting is being audio and video recorded tonight and will be posted on the Farragut YouTube channel. And links to this and other Planning Commission meeting recordings may also be found on the Town of Farragut website. Anyone in attendance should be able to pick up a copy of the agenda at the door when you came in tonight. For any persons here tonight who would like to address this commission concerning an item on tonight's agenda, please pick up a blue comment card at the door where you came in. Write your name, address, and agenda number item that you wish to comment on, and if you would, please give those to Mr. Shipley. There will also be time reserved at the end of the business meeting for residents' comments on non-agenda subjects, which also require that you fill out a blue comment card. In order to conduct efficient business-like meetings, the town has adopted rules for how its meetings will be conducted. These rules are designed to keep the meeting progressing along, assure that all points of view are heard and considered, and to provide common courtesy to everyone. We ask that you observe the established meeting protocols, and those can be found on the back of the agenda that you picked up at the door when you're addressing this Planning Commission. So with that said, I would like to ask you, if you're able, please stand for a moment of silence and prayer and reflection to be followed by a recital of our Pledge of Allegiance to the country's flag. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, first I'd like to ask any of the fellow commissioners if anybody has any announcements or recognitions they'd like to present.
Let's check our mics. Can y'all hear in the back okay? My mic was off when I came in. Make sure everybody's, we've got to be on, we've got TV as well going tonight. We want to make sure we're all on the record. Everybody's mic's good? All right.
Yeah, I think we're good. Thank you, Noah.
Thank you, Russ.
I've established, Mark, that there are 9 commissioners present. We have a full house tonight, and therefore we have a quorum for tonight's proceedings. Do we have any amendments to the agenda?
No, sir.
No amendments. Do I have a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Second.
Let the record show that the posted agenda has been approved. Mark, do we have any amendments to the April 18th, 2024 Planning Commission meeting minutes?
No, sir.
No.
Move for approve.
Second.
With a second, all those in favor say yes.
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 Noes?
I abstain.
Shannon abstains.
Let the record show that the April 18th, 2024 minutes have been approved with 8 yes and 1 abstention. Mark, it looks like tonight we have 5 business items for consideration in our hearing and 4 items that are for discussion purposes only. And starting off with agenda item number 3, request for approval of design plans for the Turkey Creek Greenway and improvements to the abutting portions of Turkey Creek Road. Town of Farragut applicant. Hello, Darrell. Good evening. Take it away.
Yes, this item is the approval of design plans for Turkey Creek Greenway extension on Turkey Creek Road. That is to
I'm not sure your mic's on, Daryl.
Your mic's on.
Is it on? It's on
Now
the-
try it. Do a test on it. See if you just have it. See if. Nope.
There's a button on the
It's on-
top there.
It's on the body.
I think yours is a little different than mine. Try the, maybe the blue button. No.
lit up.
Here, Daryl, just swap with me, and then we'll all figure it out.
Power. We'll have to vote on that.
There you go.
I would bring the pros.
That's embarrassing. Let me try it again. Is that okay?
It's better.
Okay. This is approval of the design plans for the Turkey Creek Greenway extension. The idea is to extend the Turkey Creek Greenway along Turkey Creek Road from its western terminus on the west side of Brixworth subdivision, around by Sheffield subdivision, and on to Virtue Road. We have Jason Elliott with us tonight. He's a principal with LDA Engineering. Jason will walk us all through the plans, and I'll turn it over to him.
Jason, if you don't mind, could you provide us with your full name and address, or name and address, please?
Yes, sir. It's Jason Elliott, 2970 Sagegrass Drive, Louisville. And I'm with LDA Engineering. Our office is in Alcoa.
Perfect. Thank you, Jason.
So I'm going to present a quick overview of the preliminary plans. Mark,
Hey,
if you
Jason,
would-
the plans aren't in this PowerPoint for some reason. I don't know what happened. The sheets aren't in there.
They're not in there?
I've got some blank sheets as well, if that's what you're I've got like every other page is blank on my packet.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there.
But I have them, and I had them printed out.
Yeah, I've got them too.
I think those blank
Scroll down
pages,
some.
Noah, were,
Can you scroll down some more? Because he's got them on his.
He does.
Oh, those were supposed to be blank?
Yeah.
Okay. I do see some engineering documents in here for the walking trail.
No, it's not in there. It's just those 2 sheets.
Why do you have them on yours? If
I'm
you-
not, this is off I downloaded this from
Oh.
the website, from the town website.
Can you,
The one that you sent me, Clark.
Mark, can you plug into his
yeah, can we
computer?
patch him in?
And kind of, this is pretty complicated stuff.
Probably not if you're using a PC and you're going to Apple, probably something's gonna be off.
Well, I have them separates it
Maybe.
off from the, can you do Apple from?
Let me see about, Daryl, you had emailed that to me.
It is on the website
Yeah, let me
agenda.
get out of
I
there.
am getting engineering documents on that packet.
See that? Yeah, okay.
Well, we've got some blanks on tonight's packet, and and Ron has the same thing on his. But maybe Adobe's got something weird going
I
on.
apologize for that. I didn't notice that.
If we go ahead and continue with the presentation, and then we'll try to get some exhibits up on the screen.
I'll do my best to go from memory and not speak from the slides. So as Daryl mentioned, the project limits are at the west end, the bridge over Little Turkey Creek, and at the east end, it's the existing greenway behind the Brixworth neighborhood. And the total project length is about 1/3 of a mile. Talk about the typical cross sections for a few minutes. Does anybody have the plans that they can refer to? This is going to be so difficult to.
I do. Do you want to borrow my laptop? I mean, I've got the engineering documents with cross sections in them. And you can borrow. It's just an iPad. You're welcome to borrow it. and
I
I'll
don't
just
really
follow
need
along.
them. It's going to be hard for y'all to follow.
Well, I have the plans. Do you have the plans?
We have them here.
I have to
Yeah, they're on the
Okay.
website link.
Okay.
They're on the website,
Well-
they just weren't.
If anybody has questions, just stop me and I'll.
Let's talk about the divergence. So when I'm looking at the overall plan, when I'm thinking of a divergence, to me, in my mind, that means it's going away from Turkey Creek Road. What I'm seeing is a line that actually getting closer to the right of way. And I'm talking basically at the eastern end of the trail. Would
Correct.
you describe that, what we mean by a divergence?
That's not my word.
Okay.
It does taper in towards closer to the road. So let me just talk about that typical section that's for the majority of the project. It's an 8-foot asphalt greenway and an 8-foot grass strip in between the greenway and the proposed curb line. And then we've got a new curb and gutter on the north side of Turkey Creek Road and some minor widening of Turkey Creek Road between 2 and 3 feet of widening. Now going back to your question, that 8-foot grass strip narrows down to 3.5 feet in the taper that you're talking about. And the reason it does that is one of the residential driveways is very steep. It's on the Baca property. And we actually had to do a complete realignment of their driveway just to get the greenway across it. We couldn't cross the driveway up higher. We had to move it down towards the road. And it's hard to describe the geometry of it, but that's the point of the project where the existing grade really starts to climb and our profile grades get very steep
You're
there.
trying to do this, basically. You're trying to get a flat cross-section across a sloped driveway, which is pretty steep.
That's exactly right.
So you're doing that with retaining wall? You got some, I guess, some low retaining walls through there?
There are quite a few retaining
Okay.
walls. They actually start on the Anderson property, which is just to the east of Baca. To the west. So they start, the first wall starts at the Anderson driveway. And by the time you get to the other side of the Baca's driveway, we have 2 walls, one on each side of the greenway, because that existing grade is so steep, it's like a 1-to-1 slope, and it's wooded. To get that 8-foot flat spot in there, it
You got a cut
required.
wall and a fill wall, I assume, is what you have going on there.
That's correct. Yep.
I knew that was, it's probably the most expensive section of trails that we've ever built in the town of Farragut, but it is what it is. It's desperately needed.
It's only 1/3 of a mile, but it's a tough 1/3 of a mile, especially that part of the project.
The narrow part of the sidewalk, how long is the narrow part?
Pardon?
You said the greenway gets narrow there for a while?
The
green strip,
grass strip
grass.
gets
Oh, the grass strip.
narrower.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir.
And how long a distance is that there? The whole thing?
It's not very long because it just narrows at their driveway, and then it starts to taper back out to the full 8 feet.
I understand.
Now, I'll kind of build on your question. There is a part at the west end of the project, the beginning of the project, closer to Virtue Road. There is an area where we're just proposing 5-foot concrete sidewalk rather than the 8-foot asphalt greenway. And that's because we're tying into existing sidewalk, leading into the Sheffield neighborhood and then tying into that bridge over the creek. So we go from 5-foot to 8-foot on the other side of the Sheffield entrance. I have a lot more information that I can try to get through
Go with it.
without the slides. So I mentioned the roadway widening, 2 to 3 feet of widening, which is going to result in two 11-foot lanes. So Turkey Creek Road will be 22 feet wide total. Right now, it's about between 19 and 20. So that's much preferable. And then the curb and gutter that we're adding on the north side will add even more of a buffer between the westbound vehicle traffic and the greenway users. So we've got that nice grass buffer plus a new curb line that's creating separation there.
So I take it, I don't have a drainage plan on here, but I take it each curb inlet just has some RCP that just goes under the right-of-way and spills out into the lake. Is that what's happening here?
So there are 3 or 4 existing cross drains that go under the road to the creek currently.
Mm-hmm.
And we're maintaining that.
Okay.
We're not adding any catch basins, we're not adding any pipes.
You're just putting curb inlets at those locations?
Yeah, we're just keeping the water where it's going now.
Okay.
It'll just be more concentrated by a curb rather than a ditch.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I've got a question concerning the height of the greenway compared to the road, because where the Turkey Creek Greenway ends now, it's pretty high. There's pretty high elevation between where it is and the road is.
yes, sir.
Is this greenway going to come down to the road level, or is it going to stay up high?
It comes down to the road level. So if we're starting at that east end where we're up high, it actually will taper towards the road, because that's set pretty far back,
Yeah.
that existing greenway. It'll taper towards the road, and it's going to come down that hill. And by the time we get down to the Baca's driveway, we're very close to the road grade.
The rest of the way, it's close to the road.
Yeah, it may be a foot or two above in some places, but it'll be close.
Now, you mentioned there's a part of it where there's a retaining wall on both sides.
Pardon?
There's a retaining wall on both sides of the greenway?
For a short section,
Yeah,
it
and
is.
how high is that lower retaining wall?
I think the maximum height, and it's in the cross sections that was in the PDF, but I think the maximum height of that lower wall is maybe between 4 and 5 feet. of
So it'll definitely be
exposed.
handrails. Handrails, I mean, anything over 30 inches, you got to have handrails. So I assume,
They have.
All the
them.
walls have handrails, all of them. Just for the safety, kids climbing up on top, we're just putting handrails on all the walls.
Looks like there's quite a bit of slope.
And while we're on the handrail, what is the design of the handrails?
It's the same handrail that you'll see on Virtue Road.
oh, the new trail on the other side of the creek,
It's painted black.
basically like 3 horizontal rails maybe?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
No, no, I think we're using the picket, the vertical picket.
Okay.
It keeps kids from crawling through. I think the maximum separation is 4 inches between the vertical bars.
I mean, 4 or 5 feet, you know, that'll be painful. So it's a good thing to have some fall protection through there, even for little kids.
Definitely, yes.
Do y'all look at any options to handle that large slope between, let's say, marker 2340 and 2480? You got like an 8.3% slope in that area? That's pretty aggressive.
I'm glad you brought that up. So we had to do the same thing on the Greenway parallel to Virtue Road that was just completed recently. There was a steep part of that also that we're essentially creating ramps. We're creating 8.3% ramp for 30 feet, and then there's a flat landing for 5 feet, and then it climbs again to 8.3. And so ADA requires those flat landings for wheelchairs when the grade exceeds 5%. And there will be a handrail for people to use. But honestly, that was the only way to get over that hill without having 30-foot retaining walls. You know, we looked at several options through there, and it was tough. I mean, that was the hard part of the project was that west end near the Bacchus driveway.
How, those sections, looks like there's 4 of them between those stadium lines. It looks like they're about 5 feet. Is that
5-foot landings, yes. So you got 30 feet of running slope and then a 5-foot landing.
an 8.3% grade?
Which it looks bad on there because that's exaggerated vertically
Yeah, but I
5
understand
times.
8.3% grade.
It's still a pretty good grade, but it doesn't look like that bad in real life.
I understand.
See what other points I wanted to bring up. Let me talk about property for a minute. Part of the plan set that you should have received has a set of property maps, and these maps show the existing right-of-way, existing property lines, proposed right-of-way, proposed easements that we're going to need to build the project. And as it's currently designed today, we're going to need to acquire either right-of-way and or easements from 6 property owners on the north side of Turkey Creek Road. I will say the areas are, some people might disagree, but I'll say they're relatively small. The largest acquisition on any one parcel is 5,900 square feet, which is just over 1/10 of an acre, and that's all along the frontage, of course.
Which parcel is that?
That's Ms. Harkin's parcel.
Number 7.
The other ones are similar, but hers was a little more. I think the right-of-way actually jogs in a little bit in front of her.
Yeah, by their driveway.
Now, at the east end of the project, where all these steep grades are that I've been talking about, the existing right-of-way actually it jogs out and is much wider there. So we don't need to get any acquisition from the 3 parcels in the Brixworth neighborhood. That would be their backyards, but we won't need to get anything from them just because the right-of-way is so wide there. Look through my notes here. Does anybody else have any specific questions?
Where is this? What is this? Where is this go from where?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
He's got an elevation map, and I was just,
Oh, okay.
yeah, but where is this on this? So it starts here and goes that way? See sheet number, no, that's this. Oh, here's the, here it is. I found it. Okay.
One other thing to note is that we're proposing to mill and resurface the existing asphalt of Turkey Creek Road. So once they build the widening part, then they'll just overlay the whole thing with one nice smooth surface and do the restriping for the 11-foot lanes.
Get the crown back.
Pardon?
Get the crown back.
Well, part of that's in a curve, so we'll probably just match what's there. Just do an 1.25 inch overlay.
While you're, have this project under construction, have y'all checked those culverts? I mean, there's probably some old metal pipe under the road through there. I mean, if there's ever an opportunity that we want to replace that pipe with either concrete pipe or new metal pipe, we tried not to use much corrugated metal pipe, but mostly, I mean, I assume when y'all done your field survey work, you've spent some time looking at, make sure, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised some of those pipes are 60 years old under that road.
We did survey them, of course, and they didn't know, usually my survey crew will note if there's deterioration or a pipe doesn't look good.
Okay.
But
I'm just thinking about corrosion on these old, galvanized metal pipes.
yeah, I don't like the corrugated metal.
I agree. I'd
because-
rather use concrete. If we're tearing it all up, I'd rather see it.
Yeah.
But if the pipes are good, I'm not saying that, don't replace it if you don't have to,
Right.
But I just want to make sure on the record that you guys have spent some time inspecting those pipes. Obviously, I suspect nobody got in there and crawled through,
No.
a 15-inch diameter pipe, but I suspect some of them are really old.
Well, we can definitely look at that and assess what the condition is of those, I think, 4 pipes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, typically when you have, being that close to residential where they use fertilizer, that's kind of hard on the galvanized.
I got a question. You say that this project's going to take a third of a mile. How much of that third is going to be widened? All of it or part of it?
Most of it.
What?
Most of it from,
Up there, where could we?
so where that arrow's coming in that says proposed greenway,
Okay, all
just to
that.
the right of Shirecliff Lane, that's about where the resurfacing is starting, because that's where the widening is starting.
Starts there.
Yes. Everything to the west of that is already at least 22 feet wide.
Okay. So how far down? All the way to where it says site divergence? All that's going to be widened all the way
Yes.
down to there?
All the way to the end of the
Okay.
project.
Thank you.
The only other thing I have on my notes that I would want to mention is that the cross sections that are in that set of plans, those are cut every 25 feet along the greenway, just to give an idea of what the grading will look like and, how far out we need to go to tie in. And if you take some time and look at those, you'll see that the grading is pretty minimal. There's not a lot of earthwork because we stayed as close to existing grade as we could. Now, of course, like Mr. Myers mentioned, we're putting a flat spot into a slope, so there is some cut and fill to get that to tie in, but it's not extreme. And that's pretty much all I had, unless there are more questions.
I'm going to ask for a motion before we open it up for discussion and then public input. If I could, do we have a motion on the floor for approval?
So moved.
Second.
With a motion and a second. Mark, I do understand that we do have people signed up for this agenda item.
Yes, sir.
So if you would, when Mark calls your name, please step up to the podium and give your name and address, please.
The first speaker is Steve Williams. You go last. Have Dustin Anderson.
Dustin Anderson? Hello. Thank you.
You may have to adjust that mic there, Dustin.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think we got
Yeah,
you.
that's good.
Okay. So I'm Dustin Anderson. My property is 12233 Turkey Creek in Farragut. So when I first found out the Greenway was coming to cross the property, my wife and I were excited. We have 2 little kids, perfect to get on. So my only concerns now are when you look at my property and you see a typical Farragut property, you think a yard, a nice house, and now when you drive up, all you're going to see is a retaining wall and a fence. So I'm worried about diminished home values. The other thing kind of that I'm concerned about is we're trying to get it to where we can build on the property. We have had some obstacles. So we were going to have to run water and sewer from about where the new greenway is going to have to start. We're going to have to run it all the way from there to our property. Now, if I'm able to do that, this would be something that if you're able to get this done before I can get that done, it's going to be a big financial burden now to be able to do that, to have to go through retaining walls and through the greenway to be able to get the sewer and water there. The other concern I have is the neighbor's driveway will now be displaced from their property onto my property. The whole width of their driveway on the new plans will be on my property, and it looks like it will go some 20, 25 feet up my property and then start to turn. So the other thing I have is also there are liability issues there. If that freezes over and the neighbor falls and it's on my property, is that now my liability? So it's just, now it's turned from, now that we've seen the plan, something we were excited about, to now we're kind of dreading. Because now all we see is even more obstacles that we're going to have to try to get this done. And sorry, this is my first time ever doing anything like this.
Yeah, you're fine.
You're doing great.
Thank you.
So also, the second thing is our driveway is not as steep as the Baca's, but also worry about when this comes across, my driveway is a gradual slope all the way up, is now there's going to be a big flat area, and then it's going to have to start to go up now. About the descent of coming down and trying to stop if there were rain or ice and somebody happened to be coming across through there and not being able to get stopped. That is my only other concern kind of that. So just ask for consideration on those. If there are any other alternatives that might possibly be able to be done, or
Mr. Anderson, I think I might be able to help you a little bit. I'm looking at the proposed construction drawings. So the area that the Baca's driveway would be crossing yours would actually be right away. So there, you would be compensated. There would be an appraisal done, and you would be compensated for that. You would, according to this particular plan, you would be losing a small area of your property. That would mitigate any liability issues. So their driveway would actually access directly on the right-of-way of which then the town of Farragut owns. The public taxpayer then assumes the liability for that. Okay. So that's kind of one kind of observation that hopefully might give you some comfort. The other thing this might be an opportunity is the road's going to be torn up, and we're going to repave the road. There, to my memory, those manholes run right down the sewer manholes. The sanitary sewer manholes run right down the middle of Turkey Creek Road. If there's ever a time for you to have a tap and to be able to directly access sewer, I assume, didn't there used to be a house on your property many years ago?
so that's what we were told, but then we've been told by neighbors that there never was a house there.
But just a driveway?
Just a driveway, and that she used that just for parking because she had the house across the street, that she just used it for parking and then had a well put in so that she could water her plants.
Okay.
So, yeah, and that may be just because we were told the Baca's, they are tapped into that line, but we were told that it shouldn't have been, that they actually should have been tapped further way down as well because that line is pressurized.
Oh, I thought it was a gravity line that went through there. No, that's a different,
it is a
little bit different
pressurized
animal.
So that's why they wanted us to go way down the road to be able to tap in and then to have to bring it all the way back down the road to our property. So they were talking about us having to go, the map's not up now, but all the way from about where it starts to tap in, then all the way down to the property.
It is a little more challenging to tap into a pressurized. So you've got and we've got a good engineer here, a couple of good engineers in the room that could, but nevertheless, I assume it's a force main through there, and that does create some challenges. You can't just tap directly into the force main.
Yeah.
They're probably trying to get you upstream somewhere where it does gravity out, which is a little bit of a challenge. So my solution there may not work, but I did want to propose something that could be a possibility. What are your thoughts about if you and the Baca's actually shared an entrance? You had an entrance that wide off. One went to your new house someday that you're going to build, and then the other went over to the existing, where the Baca's are now, kind of tied into their driveway, and there was one shared entrance. I can't remember exactly how good the line of sight is. There's not great line of sight on that curve, period, but I wonder if maybe sliding your driveway over towards the Bacas might actually improve the safety and line of sight.
So when we talked with the engineer
Daryl?
several months ago, yeah,
Okay.
he talked about because of that, where our property was, the line of sight would be better, but we didn't discuss whether it would be there, just because if it's going to be coming in higher, I don't anticipate the grade and everything on theirs at the road will probably change very much. But I don't know. I've not got to study the plans real good, but from what I could tell, the line of sight would still be best where my driveway is now. But, I mean, that would be something we would be willing to consider.
Is Jason, maybe we get Jason back up and he can, I suspect that I know that some town staff as well as you guys have been working on this for a long time. And we've been talking about this for a while now. And I suspect a lot of these options that you've already kind of worked through, and there's random reasons why, well, this option A doesn't work, option B doesn't work, so that's why we're looking at option C. Maybe if you could give us a little bit more information on this to address, maybe a shared entrance. It seems to me that would be a great idea, assuming we can try to meet a good visibility triangle.
We can certainly look at that if the property owners were open to that possibility. It's not something we've looked at yet, a shared entrance. Both driveways are very steep. Mr. Anderson's driveway is steep too, and it comes right down into the road, like without a curve or anything.
Well, my thought is like you did on the Bacas, anytime that you can increase the run over the same amount of rise, you're actually improving the conditions. And so all of a sudden, Mr. Anderson could get his run increased over the same amount of rise by doing something similar to what the Bacas have. We might be able to solve two birds with one stone and have one less access point on Turkey Creek Road. Assuming we got both homeowners that are willing to kind of cooperate with this. I assume the Bacas have already seen some sort of plan, or maybe they're here tonight, because their driveway has a major configuration, and it does encumber Mr. Anderson's property probably more than anybody else is encumbered. What I'm trying to do is maybe there's a solution that's really a win-win, that's good for the community and good for these residents who are going to be impacted by new driveways and construction and retaining walls and handrails.
We can look at the joint entrance. We could also look at just doing for Anderson's what we did for the Bacas and having a realignment, horizontal realignment of their driveway to do the more run over rise like you're talking about.
Okay.
It just depends what they would be open to.
So, Mr. Anderson, we're kind of open-minded to trying to come up with a good solution. This doesn't solve your sewer issue. Your sewer issue may be a lot bigger than I realized it was. And that's something that you'll just have to sit down and kind of hammer out with First Utility.
Noah, can I ask?
Yeah, sure, Louise.
Regardless of whether we're doing this project or not, that's going to be the same issue. He's going to have to go.
Well, we're going to make his issue more challenging when all of a sudden, if we're getting down next to the right-of-way or in a new proposed right-of-way and we're adding retaining walls and walking trails, instead of him putting a sewer line, and what I assume y'all will be doing on this is probably putting like a low E system with a 2-inch line, which is kind of what's called a low-pressure system, which is easier than trying to do a gravity line. But all of a sudden, now he's having to cross a lot more obstacles than he would be today.
So the only good result is if to work with him on timing so that this is done in conjunction with this project.
Yeah, which probably means that Mr. Anderson probably have to pony up with First Utility District to spend a little bit of money to try to go ahead. I mean, you got to think this project, we're in the planning, design, approval phase. There's still a long way to go with right-of-way acquisition and permitting and bid letting and so forth. And I may be speaking out of turn. Daryl could probably say, no, Noah, we're fast-tracking this. We have grant money, and we have to do it in 2024. I don't think that's the case. But it might be that you may want to move quicker with First Utility rather than slower. Obviously, if you're doing a low-pressure line, you want to make sure it's deep enough that those footers for those retaining walls are not going to tear up your low-pressure line. And you can work through that. But I do like the idea of trying, I think a shared driveway entrance would really be a win-win for both of you. It would make your driveway less steep. And again, it's all about that rise over run. And I would encourage you especially if you could put it somewhere in there that improves the line of sight, I think that would be a real win-win. And I know there's probably some other folks that are signed up for this. We've spent a lot of time on it. Mr. Anderson, so we kind of talked about just the encroachment with retaining walls and handrails in your yard. We talked about the sewer issue. Was there a third issue? Let's get you back on the mic if you don't mind.
What's your timing for what you guys are thinking?
Well, that may be something Mark can
Well,
actually kind of help out with your.
Let's get you on the microphone.
Let me clarify
we
one.
do record the meetings. We've got folks that like to watch it on YouTube. So we're welcome to. So maybe we can hear from Jason about timing of the total project, and then Mr. Anderson's timing about when he wants to build his house.
I just want to clarify that any utility connections that they want to make, ideally, they would happen from his driveway to the west, because there won't be a wall on that side of his driveway. It doesn't start until we get east. So that would be one option, just throwing that out.
Yeah, unless we had a representative from First Utility knowing exactly what's going on there and where he's eligible to tie in, who knows?
Thank you, Mr. Anderson, if you don't mind.
So in reference to getting that done with the First Utility, we have contacted them, and that's kind of where they got that we needed to do everything from the east and then bring it west to the house. But what we have run into was when the property was purchased, and we've been in great contact with Mark and trying to work out everything with the town of Farragut's attorney, is on deciding, I think Mr. Shipley found out that our property may have been illegally subdivided. So that's what we're running into now. And that's why I haven't been able to go forward.
Okay.
And so on the KGIS, it shows them as two separate parcels, and the last ones Mark was able to show, it still showed them as one parcel. So that's what we're still trying to get. We've kind of been waiting, I guess, on the town attorney for about 3 months now to be able to decide if it was divided correctly or if it wasn't, and what our next course of action is, because we were wanting to build a house, and then my wife had to quit her job, so then we were going to list it, and we listed it, and when it went up for sale, that was when, I guess, Mark and his staff noticed that it wasn't done correctly.
Well, the one thing about that is we can't purchase right-of-way until we know that gets resolved.
Yeah,
So-
I mean, that puts a cloud on the title
Even
to
though
a certain degree.
my property fits every description of being able to have the house on there, the house that was across the street now would not have enough land to have a house on it. It would be under 2/10 of an acre, or around 2/10 of an acre.
I know the
think,
property you're talking about across the street.
So that's kind
it's
of
a
where
tiny little lot.
what we've run into.
How big a property is it?
It's tiny. I mean, it's on a little sliver up against. Now,
Yeah.
part of that property may actually go down under the lake, and so on paper it may look bigger than it actually is. Their
Yeah.
probably issue is sewer as well. They're probably on some old septic system, probably
I think
55
they
gallon
are
drum.
on septic because we have an easement onto their property. We have a dock and everything that came with the property. And so when we were talking to them about what their plans were when they obtained the property and what ours were, he's not decided what he wants to do. He says you can use even more than the easement if you wanted to. He says, but I don't know where my septic is, so I don't know. So he's on the assumption that he is on septic as well, or he's on septic instead of sewer.
Some of those houses probably date back to the 1940s or 50s through there, well before First Utility ever had sewer in that part of town.
Yeah.
Legacy of Knox County.
So that's
So
that's what I
guess
would
what we're learning is your particular issue may be a lot more complicated than we realize.
Yes, 'cause
Obviously, what
we-
we're trying to do is we're trying to work through something that staff has and the Board of Mayor and Aldermen have had on the capital improvement plan to be able to tie these walking trails together.
Yeah.
Time is of the essence on your part. Obviously, you're aware of that, especially if you wanted to be able to preemptively try to, if you're eligible to build a house, you may or may not be, and that's still to be determined, then you're going to want to preemptively try to get, I assume you're going to want to try to get your sewer issue resolved. Water should be a lot easier in there.
Yeah, because they were thinking we could actually tie in where the Bacas are and bring it from there. So that one wouldn't be near as far or as much to do on that one.
Other than the retaining walls and the handrails, unfortunately, there's not a whole lot. I mean, when you're dealing with a slope and a cross-section of what we're trying to deal with, and we're trying to get a reasonably flat spot across there that's 8 feet wide, you're going to end up with some retaining walls. Obviously, we want them to look good.
Yeah.
Probably better than most communities would do, but they are kind of what they are, unfortunately.
Yes, yes, so that's why I was also worried about once I do would be if my property is as it is now and it's worth, we were to do the house and it's worth X amount of money, and then you got a big retaining wall and you were to have to sell, would be, is there going to be a diminished value because now a lot of buyers aren't going to want it because of the big retaining wall that spans the whole front of the property versus now you just have a yard in the front. So that's my other major concern would be.
How tall is the retaining wall there? On the one side?
Let's say uphill, above the trail or below the trail side.
So it would be on the uphill side, it would be a couple of feet, and that, your driveway would only be like maybe a foot tall. And as it goes east, it's going to get taller because the grade starts to climb. And I don't know what the maximum height is for your frontage, but I want to say it's like 3.5 feet.
Pretty short walls in comparison to what, most of the times you
Comparison,
see. Mr. Anderson, if it's any consolation, in my experience with kind of 30 years of real estate in Farragut, the access to walking trails actually, it helps property values. I know you have concerns because there's kind of a fear of the unknown. And
Yes.
I've heard other residents and clients and folks, applicants and homeowners with those concerns, but I think generally speaking, families like having access to those walking trails. It's a heck of a lot safer if your kids want to go ride their bike. You want them on those walking trails well before you want them on Turkey Creek Road.
Yeah, and as what I stated as before, we were excited about it, and now we're just kind of worried about, the retaining
unknown.
wall,
Yeah.
the unknown about how it could affect the future of our property, as far as if we had to resell or selling, and also just our kids. I've got 2 little kids; they love to climb.
Yeah.
And yeah, so.
We're serious
Yes.
about your concerns. I think, I would like to have Jason and the staff to look at maybe joining the driveway, doing a shared driveway if it's possible. Obviously, we need the Bacas involved, or, at least
So-
participating cooperatively with that. But we may not solve all the issues, but we do take them seriously.
Not speaking for them, but I think they've kind of tried to opt out, and they're now selling their house.
Okay.
And I believe it's went under contract, so they're trying to, I think,
Okay.
get out of the way of it.
Those
But
are all valid
We do
considerations.
appreciate it, Mr. Anderson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Anderson.
The
Mark
next
Wood.
speaker is John Neal.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name's John Neal. My address is 6657 Ridge Rock Lane, Knoxville.
Where?
6657 Ridge Rock Lane.
Hello, Mr. Neal.
I'm an attorney in Knoxville. I represent Ms. Harkins, Mr. Galbraith, and Howard and Bobby Tipton. I know I don't have a lot of time, so I'll start with the lawyer stuff first. I think there's some serious practical issues too. I know there was originally one option, and you already have a right of way for it. I think you all call that option C now. Mr. St. Clair, option C is steep 2. Option C is steep 2. You all were talking about the steepness of what the greenway will be. Option C would be steep 2, and I've looked at it, walked over it, and I recognize it would be steep 2, but all the folks that are affected by this project strongly oppose it. And I can guarantee you that litigation is afoot. And in the long run, I think you'd be better off to go with option C. Of course, that's not my decision, that's yours. Here's the lawyer part. The lawyer part is that when Sheffield was built, there was a meeting of the Planning Commission. And it was in January 20 of 2005, and the minutes say, staff recommended denial of a variance request from requirement to construct sidewalks or equivalent on Turkey Creek Road and Virtue Road. Commissioner Jones moved to approve the variance request and to not require a sidewalk or equivalent to be constructed from the west end of the subdivision entrance West Taper on Turkey Creek Road to Virtue Road and along Virtue Road. Commissioner Edlin seconded the motion, and it passed 7-0. That variance was actually incorporated into the map of the project that was recorded with the Register of Deeds office. And paragraph 10 says, variance to sidewalk requirement along Virtue Road and Turkey Creek Road along the Galbraith property, lot 202, was granted January 20, 2005. Now, of course, since that time, a lot of people have bought property in Sheffield. And this map was signed by Mr. Galbraith, signed by the town. And I think there's some pretty strong case law that would suggest that there's a contractual relationship between Mr. Galbraith and the town, especially because folks have bought in Sheffield relying on the representations in these maps. I think he's got a breach of contract action against the town if you take this option. I think it's a pretty serious problem. I've only been working on it a few days. I've researched it all day today. I think there's some case law to back that up. I hate to tell you this, Tom Hale is a good friend of mine. He can't work on this case. He's conflicted. So whoever you get to advise you on it, it won't be Tom. But I think that you've got a pretty good argument that it would be a breach of contract, and which would mean that Mr. Galbraith would be entitled to injunctive relief against the town. Now, from a practical standpoint, I don't really think you get the hang of this project unless you actually go out and walk along the property, which I did about a year ago, and I did again this afternoon. And if you go up Ms. Harkin's driveway, for instance, and you go back 25 feet from the street, the cut would be about head high on May. You're going to make these driveways extremely steep. It's going to make the property basically impossible to access in inclement weather, especially if you had a homeowner who was old or disabled. And as a matter of fact, all three of the current owners are pretty elderly. And I just don't think that it's feasible. And then there was that issue about cost. One of you folks brought up the fact that this was the most expensive part of the Greenway anybody had ever built. I actually took a look at that. The original plan was supposed to cost $370,000. Now it's $2,500,000. And you all were just talking about the fact that, well, maybe we'll have to work on the culverts. Well, that's going to run the price up more. And then there's the fact that you don't just pay for the strip of land, you pay for the incidental damages the property owners suffer. So if you have appraisers who say that the property values are going to decrease because of what it's going to do to their yards, you're going to have to pay that too. It's going to cost you a lot more.
5 minutes is passed.
My time up?
Yeah, if you would wrap it up, please. Thank you, Mr. Neal.
Well, I'm about done. It's a very thorny problem, and it'd be a lot easier to just take Route C and avoid a lot of these problems.
Thank you, Mr. Neal. Those are all valid considerations. I appreciate your
Yes, sir.
time.
I have a question for Mr. Neal. Mr. Neal, can you explain to me the conflict of interest with Tom Hale again?
He represents Ms. Harkin's family.
Okay. I thought you were from the same firm. You're from different firms, but you're saying he also represents the family.
No, actually, Tom and I have already talked about this, and he recognizes that he's going to have to withdraw from this case.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for Jason, the engineer, that may or may not shed some light on one of Mr. Neal's arguments. Jason, does the post-construction grade of those driveways, is any of those post-construction grades of the driveways steeper than the pre-construction grades of the driveways?
No, it either matches or it's less.
Okay, that's what I thought we were striving to achieve, and I just wanted you on the record to be able to say that.
It's shown, and it would help if I had the driveway profiles in front of me, but the grades are shown on there.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a dash line, which is the existing grade, and a bold line, which is the proposed grade. And I mean, there may be a slight increase in some of them. I don't want to misspeak. but
Well,
it's,
if you're not ready to go on the record with that, then I'll withdraw the question. Because my interpretation is that you guys have gone to great lengths, maybe with additional cut, but gone to great lengths to make sure that you're not increasing the steepness of anybody's driveway, even though we're trying to add these flat spots, but that we're not increasing, because there's some steep driveways.
and that's how we always approach driveway connections. But yeah, I guess I shouldn't go on the record. I should look at the numbers before I absolutely state that.
Okay. I do appreciate your insight. That was it.
We have copies of these. See what look at them and make a statement.
Well, it may not be as easy as just instantly making a statement. I mean, there's a lot of driveway. What do we have? We're dealing with 5 or 6 driveways, is that? Just 4 total driveways. Okay.
Mark, do we have another speaker?
Yeah, the next
sign up?
speaker is Janet Galbraith.
Okay, I don't really like to talk at these things, but I'm here on behalf of my father and myself for our road, 12331 Turkey Creek. We oppose this. We were given a
Please,
variance in
give us your name.
2005.
Just give us your name for the record.
Janet Galbraith.
Thank you, Ms. Galbraith. I appreciate it.
We were given that variance in 2005, saying something like this would never happen. The town of Farragut did. You all may not have been on the board at that point, but the people that were gave us that, and we want you all to stick to that. And I'll defer the rest of my time to my attorney. If you want to speak some more, okay. Well, y'all have a good day.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mark, we've got another
Have
speaker.
one
that's
more
signed up.
speaker, Steve Williams.
Steve Williams, 721 Virtue Road. I had some questions about the road. As you know, I've been complaining about the speed and the loud cars. It's egregious on Virtue and Turkey Creek. We're going to widen the road, which normally I would be supporting. Normally I would be saying, wow, a couple feet on either side of the road is a great thing with curb and gutter. But it's not here, and it's not the right thing to do. The speed, no one drives 30 miles an hour. You might as well take the signs down. It's very unsafe. The loud cars are somewhere between 30 and 40 a day, exceeding Knox County noise ordinance. I've been recording it. The speeding, which we've been recording, is over 100 a day in front of my house. I've talked to the sheriff's department. I've talked to the mayor. Nobody cares. So I don't think the town needs to be doing anything else until we, as a town, and I know this is not mayor and alderman, the town needs to sit down and have a heart-to-heart talk about what do we want in this town. The walking trails are great, but we have no security, we have no police protection, we have speeding, we have loud cars. You can't even sit on your back patio. I don't think anybody here can say they can sit outside in the summer and not be inundated with loud cars. I don't think anybody here can say the speeding's not over the top in the town of Farragut. I think we need to take a step back and stop talking about all these capital improvements, and we need to look at the quality of life, because we're losing our quality of life in the town. The town of Farragut quality of life is really going down. You can't drive on the roads. I don't think anybody would say we have great roads right now, because it's like a racetrack, and it's not safe. It's not safe for anybody. We have no enforcement. I don't know what to do. I'm open for suggestions. We have government to provide safety and security. That's the first order of business. Sidewalks are great. I'm sorry, is that me, Mark?
You can keep going.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got you.
Okay.
Just
Anyway,
keep brief, though. I appreciate
I just think we need to sit down and look at that. If I were doing this myself and I were drawing this, I would put a roundabout in front of Sheffield. We need to slow people down. We need to slow it down. If I'm not mistaken, First Utility owns across the street. So that could possibly be worked out. I'm not trying to build big roads, because being a developer, I used to think big roads were great. Now, after seeing what's going on with the speeding, I've got to change my mind. And I know the town of Farragut, on the other side of town, the north side of town, has done some pretty neat things to slow folks down. I think on the south side of town, we need to have some of that. We need to have some innovative looks at security, speed, safety. I just don't think this is a good idea, putting this sidewalk in that curve in front of these homes y'all been talking about. You're going to have a sidewalk right up against the road, unless I'm mistaken. I read the plans. And then lastly, I'll close with this. The slopes. I've been beat up on this my whole life as a developer. 3-to-1 slope, 4-to-1, 5-to-1 slope. Every time I've ever done anything, when you say less than a 2-to-1 slope, you mean, less than a 3-to-1 slope, what you're saying is it's steeper. I've never been able to grow grass on anything less than a 3-to-1. I've never done a good job on landscaping. I've always gone back and had to fix it. The slopes on these drawings in many, many spots exceed what I've had my butt kicked on all these years. And I've paid lots of money to go back and fix stuff. Down on Turkey Creek, the big slope on Turkey Creek that the town's worked on however many times, I think y'all got it now. But I know the town spent a lot of money trying to establish that slope down on Turkey Creek. These slopes are not that steep. That's a really steep slope. But these slopes will not work in the long run. You'll put grass out, it'll go away, especially where it's shaded in that area. You'll not grow grass on it, and you'll have trouble. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Okay, Mark, before we move on, I just want to run through the fellow commissioners and see if there are any additional comments. Commissioner Pinchuk, do you have anything you'd like to add or any questions? Okay. Commissioner Green?
I just want to say, it sounds like, from an engineering point of view, it's okay, but it looks like there's some issues to be resolved before we really want to recommend approval for this.
Thank you, Commissioner Green. Commissioner Devlin, anything you'd like to add?
Sorry. Yeah, I definitely have some real concerns. I would love to extend the Greenway. Who doesn't want to do that? But clearly there's some pretty significant issues out there that I would agree with, perhaps some stuff that we could see further that would help alleviate some of that concern would help.
Yeah. All right, thank you. Commissioner Preston, do you have any
I have the same concerns as the Commissioner Green and Commissioner Devlin.
Thank you. Commissioner Myers, do you have anything else to add?
I'd like to have a legal opinion regarding the variance back in 2005. And I think that's important for us to move forward.
Vice Mayor Pavlin?
I would agree at this point. We have some issues that we need to iron out before we can recommend from this body.
Okay. And Vice Chair St. Clair?
Well, before everybody started talking, I was thinking the same thing, so I don't think I have anything to add. There's too many encumbrances as well as I think issues, and well as looking for this specifically from an engineering standpoint and the impact standpoint to see if there's any better way to mitigate that. This also has these encumbrances that aren't clear on what the status of the properties are and the situation. So I think it's premature to have this, and I would amend the motion myself to defer this.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Ed. Mayor Williams?
Well, we have a laundry list, and when you have a laundry list that needs to be worked on, then I think it needs to be worked on. So I have to agree with the amended motion.
Okay, thank you. And my only comments are I also agree with my fellow commissioners where there's still a lot of work to do on this. So we have a motion that's been seconded on the floor. I'd like to amend that motion to defer approval of the request for the Turkey Creek Greenway improvements. And do I have a motion to approve?
Move to approve the amended motion.
Amended motion.
He already moved that.
Yeah.
And I seconded that.
And with a second on the floor, all those in favor say yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Noes? No noes. Let the record show that the motion has been amended to defer. Mark?
Yep, I got it.
Okay, so just want to make sure we're clean.
Yep.
And thank you all for coming out to speak on this matter. We've heard your concerns, and we're going to take them under consideration. Agenda item number 4, discussion and public hearing on approval of new stormwater management control ordinance to replace chapters 103 and 111 of the Farragut Code of Ordinance. Town of Farragut, applicant.
Every 5 years, the Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation, TDEC, they revise, make sometimes minor revisions, sometimes greater revisions to the construction general permit as well as the MS4 permit that we all live under. When that happens, it is incumbent upon all of the communities that participate in the NPDES program to revise their stormwater ordinance to keep up with the requirements that TDEC is giving us. In this permitting cycle, MTAS, that is the UT Municipal Technical Advisory Service, MTAS prepared a model ordinance for all of the communities to use if they so desired. I suspect that's just so they would have a consistent ordinance across the state. What you see tonight is a new stormwater ordinance to replace the current stormwater ordinance as well as the aquatic buffer ordinance. The aquatic buffer requirements were just rolled into this new ordinance. Everything that you have in your packet that is not highlighted, that is part of the model ordinance. Now, we did insert several definitions as well as several sections that cover design parameters for development. Other than that, it is the model ordinance.
So just for clarity, the yellow stuff is the stuff we are adding from our town.
That's correct. And almost all of that is from our current ordinance, so it has been vetted. Tom Hale has reviewed this. The Stormwater Advisory Committee has reviewed this. Staff recommends. John Green has reviewed this. Staff recommends approval as presented.
I'm going to move to approve.
Second.
All right, with the motion and a second, I'm going to open it up for any questions for Mr. Smith. Commissioner Pinchot? No questions. Commissioner Green?
I'll just mention that I did go through it kind of line by line in comparison to the MTAS document, and I thought they were really a great matchup. They did a great job and added some things that supplemented what the MTAS did. And I had a couple of questions that I called Darrell on and resolved those. So to me, it was a good document.
Great. Thank you for taking the time to review it. Thank you for your comments, Commissioner Green. Commissioner Devlin?
Pass.
Commissioner Preston?
No questions.
Commissioner Meyer?
None.
Vice Mayor Pavlin?
I'm sorry? No.
I'm asking him
I'm asking him to take over my seat on the Stormwater Committee.
Okay. You guys can work that out later, okay? Vice Chairman St. Clair?
No question.
Mayor Williams?
None.
None. With discussion now completed, I ask all in favor say yes.
Yes.
Noes? No noes. Let the record show that agenda item number 4 has been approved with a 9-0 vote.
Thank you.
Thank you, Darrell. Agenda item number 5, discussion and public hearing on a request to amend the future land use map for parcels 070 and 072, tax map 142 between Waverly Court subdivision and Baldwin Park subdivision, 341 Boring Road, from open space cluster residential to very low density residential. 12 acres, Homestead Land Holdings applicant.
Yes, we discussed this item last month for workshop purposes. There's 2 parcels that are between Waverly Court and Baldwin Park. One is zoned R1, the other is R2. They're, in the next agenda item, they're requesting to rezone to R3, small lot, single family. In terms of the future land use map, we always look at that to see if the rezoning is consistent. And they will need to modify it, and that's what this item is for. Currently, it's open space cluster residential, and I talked a little bit about why that was designated that at the workshop meeting. The request is to change the land use designation to very low density residential, which would be consistent with the small lot, single family zoning district, the R3, and consistent with the Baldwin Park subdivision. So included in the packet is resolution PC-24-04, and the staff recommends approval.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, with a second on the floor. Mark, we don't have anybody, do we have anybody signed up to speak on this agenda item?
No, sir.
Mr. Rackley?
Russ Rackley, Rackley Engineering, P.O. Box 30456, Knoxville. I have nothing to add. We talked about it in the last meeting, and we wholeheartedly agree with staff's assessment and respectfully request approval.
Thank you, Russ. I'm just going to open it up to all commissioners. Does anybody have any comments they'd like to make according?
No.
Yeah, we did, again, we did discuss it, and we all, we feel like it's a good fit for this area. And so with that, we have a second on the floor. I'll ask, the motion does stand as presented. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
Noes? No noes? Let the record show that agenda item number 5 has been approved with a vote of 9-0. Thank you, Mr. Rackley. I think you're here for the next agenda item. Agenda item number 6, discussion and public hearing on a request to amend the zoning map for parcel 070072, tax map 142, between Waverly Court subdivision and Baldwin Park subdivision, 341 Boring Road, from R1 and R2 to R3, 12 acres, Homestead Land Holdings applicant.
Yes, we discussed this last month as well. The rezoning request is consistent with the adjacent Baldwin Park subdivision. It's a little less dense than the Waverly Court subdivision. So included in the packet was resolution PC-24-05, which recommends approval of ordinance 24-08 to rezone these two parcels from R1 and R2 to R3. Staff recommends approval.
Move to approve.
Second.
Second. With a second, again, I'll open it up. Do any commissioners have any additional comments they'd like to add on this item? That's no. Okay, with discussion completed, I'll ask it all in favor. Say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Noes? No noes. Let the record show that agenda item number 6 has been approved with a vote of 9-0.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming tonight, Mr. Rackley. Discussion and public, agenda item number 7 is discussion and public hearing on a request to amend the zoning map. Sorry, let me start over again. Getting behind myself. Discussion and public hearing on amendments to sign-related provisions associated with the mixed-use town center area. J.A. Fielden, applicant.
Okay, I'm Bart Hose. I'm the Assistant Community Development Director. I'm here for this item. We have a proposed ordinance tonight and a resolution if you're in favor of the proposed changes to recommend it on to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen for adoption. This deals with 2 potential amendments to the town sign regulations. One is to allow for canopy-mounted signs in the mixed-use town center area. And the other came up since the last meeting, which would be to potentially allow for perpendicular projecting signs also in the mixed-use town center area. So the Planning Commission workshopped the canopy sign issue at its last meeting, but you really haven't had an opportunity to discuss the projecting signs except at this month's staff developer meeting, but there were only 2 members at that. So I think probably the best way to proceed in this discussion would be to deal with the canopy signs on the front end first, and then to move on to the projecting signs. So, at the last planning commission meeting, you did workshop the canopy sign issue. We got some good feedback from that, and I think several members of the commission at that time felt that, the approach that we had originally taken was maybe a little too complicated in terms of getting the right size signs, the scale, and the proportionality to the buildings correct. And the planning commission gave us some direction to go back and try to work on that, so we did. The new proposal basically follows the input that we got at the last planning commission meeting, which would be to tie the size of the canopy signs to 0.75% square feet of sign area for each linear foot of building base that the tenant rents along the wall where the canopy is going to be mounted. And that's similar to what we do with wall signs now. Also, there was a discussion about tying the height of the sign more to the building height and less to the canopy and the canopy fascia height. There was some discussion that people were fairly comfortable with the size of the proposed Super Chick sign there, so we used that sort of as a template, and we came up with 2 inches of sign face height per 1 foot of building height above, up to a maximum of 24 feet. So that would potentially allow up to a 48-inch tall sign, which is a rather large sign still. And then to sort of deal with the windows being behind the sign issue, we put a 20% coverage limitation on that. So we think that pretty much follows the guidance that we got from the planning commission on these canopy sign issues at the last meeting. For reference, though, just so you are clear about the size of the sign that potentially could be put in on a canopy under the proposed standards. If you could go back, Mark, just
Go back.
a couple. Yeah. One more. So right now, the Super Chicks, what they did is they went back and they revised their application to meet part of the discussion at the last meeting. There was some discussion to where they wanted to see, or several planning commission members wanted to see what the sign would look like if it was based on that 0.75 square feet per linear foot of building space. So that shrunk down a little bit. It went down to 44.7 inches tall for the total sign. Now that includes the Super Chicks lettering, the smaller tagline that's in yellow there that's on the fascia, and also the curved effect or the arched effect in the letters. So from top to bottom, which is the way we measure signs, it would be 44.7 inches. The main letters are about 31.4. The canopy fascia, in this case, is 20 inches tall, and the total wall height behind that is 24 feet. So that's how we came up with the proposal. So I know some members were still concerned about the overall size of the sign on fascia and what that would look like. So we have some other examples that we can show here that we just want to make sure that you all are comfortable with what's being proposed. So that's.
Could you go back to that one just real quick? Is that sign that you've got drawn out here, is it scale to the adjusted 44 pretty much with the building itself?
Well, I mean, it's, one of the things that we find, at least from the staff level, is that, when you're looking at the images, sometimes, depending on the perspective, that you're viewing the building from, sometimes it can be difficult to judge exactly how big that sign will actually be in real life. But that is true to scale, I believe, in terms of, the size. It doesn't
look like there's hardly any window coverage.
No, there's not. That sign would comply with the regulations as we have them proposed now.
It's better than the last one.
Depends on where you're standing.
Yeah, it does. And so, some of the examples we have, just so you can can see and make sure that you're comfortable with the size signs that could be permitted, because again, you know, this will apply throughout the mixed-use town center area. So Mark, if you can go forward a little bit. So that's the site, you know, one is closer, one's a little bit further back. The next size, the Dollar General that's currently in town, there on the north side of Kingston Pike, the letters alone for that sign are 24 inches. So if you go back now, a couple slides, you could essentially put twice those letters on that canopy. You know, so if you can visualize how large the letters are in the Dollar General, you could double them and put them on a canopy, maybe go one forward, Mark, just so you're not seeing the super chip, just seeing the building on that canopy. You know, the only limitation there would be the windows, you know. So in this case, it would be limited by the window height.
Yeah, what distance away from the building?
Well, I mean, you know, that is a difficulty in doing that, you know, so we'll have to just, you know, make sure that not too much of the window's being covered. But that's why we originally had tried to consider having some ratio of the sign above the canopy to the canopy width, to the width of the canopy. But that was rejected at the last plan.
If I'm standing right there where that fence is at, and I'm looking up at it,
45 degrees, you can see no window.
I'm gonna cover a lot of window, but if I'm standing 50 feet back, I'm not gonna cover much at all.
So,
I think using the window is too,
so we could put a distance in there, but, you know.
No, I think you have to tie it to absolute dimensions, you know, shown in the elevation. You can cut the elevation.
Yeah, that's too tall.
So then,
But if you go to infinity, you
Yeah.
gotta have, that's the dimension that you gotta show.
okay,
and that's
so
what you
then
have to
going
have.
back, if it's just absolute dimensions and there's no window coverage, you know, you could put a 48-inch high sign on top of that canopy. So go back to the canopy.
But here's the other question that I have with this. You have the windows, if he says, hey, I'm gonna put a canopy sign here, I'm gonna make my windows shorter. Then why, so we're using this window coverage as in, I still think the best,
Well, no, I mean, it was just something because people were concerned about too much of the window being covered by the sign. You know,
I don't think any of the commissioners were concerned.
I'll go on the record, say the window coverage didn't bother me a
doesn't
bit.
bother me.
we had in our notes that some people were
I
concerned.
mean, we did discuss it. There's no doubt, we spent some time, but personally, it doesn't bother me.
It doesn't bother me.
So in that case, then, you potentially would have a very large sign on that canopy. 48 inches. If you can go forward, Mark,
This one?
a little further, going, get to the Top Golf sign maybe.
Oh, yeah.
So the Top Golf sign that's out at Top Golf right now is a canopy sign. The total sign, including the main letters and the bottom tagline, is about 66 inches tall. The main letters there are 48 inches, which is essentially the sign that would be allowed in the mixed-use town center area.
Assuming you have a building that's 24 feet tall.
Yeah,
You
so
know, look-
you have a 24-foot tall building. That's on a 30-inch wide canopy fascia. The building height there is 40, and you're viewing that sign from approximately 45 feet back. So letters 4 inches taller than the main Topgolf letters could potentially be put on top of any canopy in the mixed-use town center.
Well, it says those letters are 48, and that is the maximum, if it's 48 inches.
For some reason, I was thinking 44, but it's 48, so
And how tall's the building?
that's a 40-foot building.
Okay, it fits. It fits it.
Yeah, but for those of you that have been to Topgolf, essentially you could put the Topgolf wording on a canopy on a two-story building in the mixed-use.
Assuming you had the eligibility for the linear footage.
Or any figure, because we don't regulate the message. You know,
Well, yeah,
so-
what I'm saying, that we're using the .75. So assuming you have that eligibility for overall square footage, you still got to meet those requirements.
Or a logo, you could do anything like that on top. So as long as you're comfortable with that size sign in front of a building mounted on a canopy, then, you know, we think that the amendments we've made will match, what you're going for.
I mean,
We can
you
take
did
out
what
the-
we asked you to do, and we
can take out
wanted,
the window coverage,
Right.
if you're not concerned about that.
I'm going to be the first to go on the record, but I know that's not what you want to hear. 48-inch tall letters are to me, is too tall in our TCD district on these buildings. I understand that, you're trying to meet tenant needs and so forth, and we do, and again, I did call on you, and so I do want to hear from you, but I am going to be the first one to say my instinct is, and I know your letters in this particular scenario are actually not that tall. Your overall was what, 44.7 maybe? Is that right? 44.7 was the overall. The letters were only 31. I do get, it does, the way we've got it formulated right now, I'm concerned that 48-inch tall letters on a 24-foot tall building, i.e. the Topgolf letters on one of Bud's buildings, are going to look ridiculous. I know he is not proposing that, but I am concerned about what could, not necessarily this applicant, but, what somebody could be eligible for.
Well, I can't, that's what was my frustration last time, was I was asking for us to look at proportionality.
Mm-hmm.
Because proportionality matters. And an either or of either we do this or we have, because we're having a struggle with that, and proportionality means something. It matters for the building, I would think. That's the problem, is we're saying 48-inch letters are too tall because it doesn't meet the proportion of the building.
Well, the staff kind of did what we asked them to do last month is, hey, okay, this is kind of what we're thinking. Let's see what it looks like. Unfortunately, it is bigger than what I anticipated when we gave them those parameters to work with. Again, I'm just one commissioner here, so maybe we hear from some other folks and see where we're going with this. And then I would like to hear from Bud at some point.
If you look at the Topgolf sign, and made it a curved sign like Super Chicks, it would absolutely, be visually very disproportionate.
Well, yeah, but again, the way we would measure the sign, the curve would make it too large, because as we measure from the top to the bottom.
The curve actually penalizes the applicant because we draw a box around the total sign.
Yeah, yes.
And so the curve actually does, you end up with actually visually smaller letters with a curve than you otherwise would, because you get penalized.
I think the Super Chicks letters themselves are about 31 inches.
Yeah.
So if it was just the Super Chicks, and it was
That's why I
flat,
asked.
You were stretching it out linearly.
It
Yeah.
would only be a 31-inch.
Yeah, but I think that's part of their corporate logo, is that arch and so forth, and so we're trying to work with that.
If you stretched it out
Okay,
linearly, and it was 40.
before we move on, Bart, if that's all you have for your discussion, typically we would go, would you like to go ahead and continue?
Well, we're just
Well,
talking
that's on
about
the
the
canopy
canopy.
sign section, because really, I
Now
think,
we gotta
I
go
think
to the
all the
vertical.
issues on the canopy sign were
I thought
pretty
we were
much
discussing
resolved
the
last
canopy.
meeting, except
I'm-
the size.
I'm okay to ask the applicant to come up and talk about the
Sure.
canopy at this time, if the other commissioners allow it.
Yes.
While Bud's coming up, I have a question for Noah.
Okay.
Noah, do I understand you right, that the sign that's there is 44.7 inches, and you're saying the 48 would be too big?
Yeah, so the 44.7 in this particular scenario is measured if you drew an imaginary box around both Super Chicks and Chicken and Custard.
The letters are only 30.
However, the applicant or a subsequent applicant would be eligible, that if they just wanted to have just the letters only up to 48 inches under the proposed changes, they would be eligible to do that. The applicant in this scenario is not actually proposing that, but what we're drafting tonight and what we're trying to wordsmith tonight would make that particular scenario where you could take the Topgolf size letters and put it on one of Bud's buildings if he would allow a tenant to do that. So did that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Bud.
You're answering some of my questions.
I'm sorry to steal your thunder. Why don't you give us your name and address for the record?
Bud Cullum, 6312 Kingston Pike, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37919. Commissioner Myers, thank you. You did say a little bit of what I wanted to say. I was still under the impression that there was a proportionality between the height of the building and, excuse me, and the height of the sign. And I read it, and I maybe thought that the .75 was capturing that, and maybe that's not. Our building right here is 34 feet, and I think I heard someone say the Topgolf was 40 feet. And the Topgolf total, I think I heard someone say, was 66 inches. When
Maybe
you add
total
the-
with both lines, maybe.
With both lines, I believe, was 66 inches. So ours is 43 or whatever with both lines, 31 with just the letters. But again, if there's a proportionality and that was the most you could do, then that would be limited in that case. Now, if I had a 40-foot tall building, then theoretically you could go taller.
Well, part of this proposal would be to, either
Okay.
maximum
And that's
height
fine. That's-
would be 48 inches.
Okay.
So basically taking 24 feet
Right.
times 2 inches per foot, so that would be your 48 inches. Even if you built a 60-foot tall building, you'd still,
Yeah.
under the proposed amendment, you would still have eligibility up to 48-inch tall letters.
Would it be easy enough to change it so that it was 48 counting the whole thing? In this particular case, the letters and the logo.
Well, that is the way it would be calculated.
We're not worried about this
Right.
particular sign as much as somebody, if they wanted to do just one line of logo, then they could put, i.e. the Top Golf letters on one of your buildings, and I think that personally would look ridiculous.
I don't disagree with you.
So let me
I don't-
ask you this, and I'm just throwing this proportional number out because you just said your building is 34 inches, 34 feet?
Yes.
And what if and his letters are 31 inches? The letter is 31 inch, not the sign, the letter is 31 inches. Could you do a letter, the proportionality being 34 feet, 34 inches for the height of the letters? And then if you're putting it in I understand that most signs are gonna be straight. This isn't, but that gives you your proportionality. You think about the Topgolf sign how big is that? How tall is that building? 60 feet?
I think he said it was only 40. I figured it was taller than 40, but I think
So-
Mark said it was only 40.
So,
We took the building dimensions, even on the building there for Super Chips, off the building plans that we had in the MGO system. So, that building came up with that wall behind Super Chips was 24. And we realized some of the other buildings get a little taller than that, but
It's 24? I thought it was 34. I said 34.
we came up with 24.
Okay.
mean,
I misspoke. I'm sorry.
that doesn't help. I'm just trying to make a,
We felt like, the proportionality to the building height that was discussed is where we went with the 2 inches of sign height for the building height and then capped it at 24. Now, you could reduce that and do an inch and a half or an inch and a quarter, whatever it was to get a different proportionality. Or you could go back to not allowing the sign to extend a certain distance above the top of the canopy. Because in this case, it doesn't feel quite as bad because a portion of the sign is on the canopy fascia. But, we have no provision that says that some proportion of the sign has to be on the canopy fascia. So you could take the entire thing, as Noah was saying, and put giant letters on top of that canopy.
On top of the canopy doesn't bother me, and I'd also like it to make it so when the staff has to field verify, try to make it easier on you guys. The last thing we want you guys to have to do is get up there on a ladder and start measuring how many inches above the canopy that it is. I mean, that doesn't make sense. And again, we're trying to make an ordinance that somebody that's maybe not familiar with the Town of Farragut sign ordinance and provisions, they can read it and read it on its face value and say, okay, I understand what this means. So sometimes we lose the forest for the trees on these things because we get so into the detail. I'm okay with it extending above the canopy. We saw some, again, I'm one person. We saw some examples last month of ones that extended above the canopies, and I thought they were tasteful. What I do have concerns with is the overall height, and this 2-inch to 1 foot ratio, I think is excessive.
Yeah, I didn't mean to imply that we didn't think the sign should be above the canopy. I mean, honestly, that's a good look. When it's just the lettering above. Again, it's how tall they are relative.
Right. And I think that's what we I think the 0.75 on the overall square footage is a good ratio. We normally use a 1.0 as a ratio. So I think we're along the right track there. I think the height issue, I'd like to tweak the height issue. It is difficult for staff to interpret that if you say, well, the letters can only be this and the sign can be this. We do have to be careful with constitutional rights of folks and some other issues that I know the VRB has dealt with over the years, and there was some training I remember dealing with where we're trying to dictate the content of somebody's sign. And we also trying to make it easy for the staff to be able to say, okay, I mean, how we've done it in the past is we draw the box around the sign, there's your square footage, it's black and white. If all of a sudden you're saying, well, your square footage is eligible for this and your letters can only be this, I'd really like to say, hey, you know, you've got something, and try to make it as simple as possible to interpret, both from a graphic designer and the guy or gal that's actually fabricating the sign, the applicant, and the staff. So my thought is maybe we do get down there maybe somewhere in the 1.25 or to 1.5 per foot and use that ratio. I do think the scale, I think Louise talked about scale. We spent a lot of time last month talking about scale. And I think that's important, and I think it's reasonably easy to interpret. You know, if somebody uses up their entire scale for single letters, then so be it. Bud's actually saying, hey, I would rather have 2 lines than 1 line. So henceforth, it makes his letters a little bit smaller to be able to fit in the total square footage and then height scale eligibility.
Let's go back a second and start. Does everyone agree that that's a pretty good scale, what's shown there?
Well, honestly, it depends. If you take the tagline out and you max out the super chicks with the proportion.
No, I mean
there,
just total sign. I'll get there in a minute.
then
Just
no,
the total.
that would be too big.
And that's what, and I
As
agree.
it is right now with the tagline, great.
Okay, that's what I
But-
wanted
And
to
that's why I
start
agree
there.
with Shannon. Is
With
that's
the
what,
tagline.
Right.
that's what
Right.
we want to avoid, is that I can acquiesce to that. I'm okay with it. And once it's up, it's fine. At first, I thought it was a little bit too big, but I do get concerned that if somebody used their full eligibility for those letters, then you're going to end up still with pretty big letters. And that's why I thought maybe we ought to tweak that ratio down from that 2 inch per foot to maybe something less than that 2 inch per foot.
Maybe you limit the height. You've got one thing that's going to limit you the 0.75.
Right, for overall square footage.
For overall square footage.
Mhm.
Maybe you limit the height above the canopy. In this case, you could say 36 inches instead of 40.
Yeah, but
or-
what happens if somebody has a real big valance on their canopy? That's making it challenging again for the staff to interpret and then enforce.
A big what?
A valance or
Oh.
a fascia.
Yeah, the front.
And let the sign go under it, you mean?
Well, you got part of your sign is on the fascia,
Yeah.
and then part of your sign extends above the fascia. And so, again, we're trying to make, we hope that you have lots of applicants for new tenants coming through before the town staff, and the town staff's trying to explain this to the VRB. We're really trying to make it as simple as possible for
Right, but
for
you have to
everybody on
write
both
this
sides
for the
to
whole
understand.
district, not just for my project.
Exactly, that's true.
I understand that.
Mark, do you have any, if you see kind of where we're trying to go, do you have any suggestion to make this somewhat simpler to?
But it does say where no sign element shall extend below the canopy fascia. So we have that the lower end of that. We know you can't go below the canopy. So.
What? I mean, the only thing I could advise, this sign probably wouldn't comply with, and that's just that the individual letter heights would be a 1-to-1 ratio in relation to the height of the building.
And I could get on board with that 1-to-1 ratio.
That sign there is gonna be too big.
That wouldn't work for this, though.
Well, that's true.
If it's 24.
But again, I think if you were to apply it to a flat sign, like Top Golf's, that would be a better ratio for scale.
I don't want to overcomplicate it, but could we not have like rules for if you have just a sign and rules for if you have a sign and a tagline?
That's kind of where I was headed a minute ago, but I didn't get there. Sorry.
Because that'll limit, if they want a tagline, it's going to limit how big the letters can be.
But that's the problem, is that's not how the sign ordinance for 40 years has been interpreted in the town. It has always taken a box around whatever signage the the tenant wants, or the owner wants, and drawn a box around it.
But this is only dealing with the canopy sign, which was never even
Well, that's true. That's true.
So I think,
They're different signs.
I think you may be on the
you're saying,
right
Carly,
track.
you almost, you say, hey, you've got two, if you opt for a 2-line sign, I think some language could be written for that. If you opt for a 2-line sign, then here are your requirements. As long as the staff has an understanding and they feel like they can wordsmith this into an ordinance that we're all on, that it is easy to understand.
So just so I have clarity, Shannon, what you're saying is that this is 2 signs.
Kind of, yeah. Because if you take out the tagline, I just drew a box around it and kind of visualized, but if you take out the tagline and take out the arch and you max out the super chick letters, that's too big. So those rules are too big, but I don't have a problem with that particular
'Cause it's
sign.
arched, yeah.
So if you come up with a ratio for just the name sign, and then you
Yeah.
come up with a different ratio for, okay, here's your sign if you've got name and tagline, the two exceed, like the letters, the main letters wouldn't ideally exceed that for both.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think one way to deal with it is the main letters for the sign would be that 1-to-1 ratio. So if you had a 20, first of all, I would verify the height of this building. It may or may not be 24 feet.
I bet you, my instinct is you're taller than 24, because I bet your ceilings on that main level are at least 15, you know, all the way up from your floor to floor. Well, it's
The
yours are
1-to-1
different, yours
ratio
floor to
would
roof,
give you, if you had a 24-foot, you know, obviously that would be, 24-inch high letters, which, would, to me, be a little bit more appropriate scale, especially for a pedestrian kind of setting.
So
And
you
that
make
could-
a
that could
maximum-
get you away from that top golf potential.
Maybe you have a maximum letter height, and then you have an overall sign square footage, which we've already determined, and then
Yes.
overall sign height. And maybe, I think that's reasonably easy to interpret.
What
With
about
graphic
just go
designer
with
trying to interpret
36
it.
and 48?
I'm sorry?
What about just go with 36 and for the letters max and 48 max for the letters combined with the,
How big are those letters?
31.4.
Works out to the 1.5.
hmm?
It works out to the 1.5.
Or do that, yeah. Because
Change the 2 to 1.5.
Yeah, I mean, I
Oh,
think
that's true.
I think
Keep-
that's closer because, I mean, from my perspective, I mean, this looks good, and
Yeah.
we just work backwards from this.
The
You'll get there. There's like
1.5, is
a
that-
few
that
different
works out?
options here. It's like whatever staff thinks will work the easiest.
I think one thing that makes that sign appear smaller on the, relative to how big it actually is as compared to the idea of putting an entire Topgolf letter on top of the canopy is that a good portion of that sign is on the fascia of the canopy, and only a certain portion of it extends above.
Sure, but like you said, it's only 31-inch letters, right?
Well, the super chick letters.
That's what I'm getting at.
31 inches, but the entire sign is.
Yeah, and I
34.7,
think I
so-
agree with that, like, that's almost two signs.
Yeah.
My only concern is 48-inch letters. That would be obnoxious, yeah.
So maybe, are you looking at a 1.5 then for the letter height?
but that still doesn't, do you still need to go 1.5 and still limit it further to 36 on the letters and 48 total? Whatever,
Well, no, we talked about the ratio. The ratio would actually, I mean, you could still have a maximum. You can still have a maximum. That way you don't end up with,
but my point is, if you're limited, if you put the 1.5 ratio, you're right back to the 48-inch letters.
no, the 1.5 would be 36-inch letters,
Okay.
because you'd still be maxed out at a 24-foot height.
Right.
The question is it a 36-inch letter or 36-inch sign?
Letter.
Maximum.
So you
Letters.
need to work backwards to make that then the size of the sign, so that their letter can't,
Because again, this is only dealing with canopy sign, right?
I know.
Right.
Which, quite frankly, we're probably not going to have just a ton of canopy signs.
Well,
In
the
the mix.
language where this is, it's the maximum permittable sign height, top to bottom of sign, including all sign elements shall be, right now it's 2 inches, 1.5 inches. So we're talking about sign height, not letter height.
Which is the way we measure signs now, so we'd have to come up with a different way to measure these signs, but
that's why I said have two, if it's got a tagline,
Yeah,
and if it doesn't.
I think potentially we'll see more of these, because we're gonna also, the board also wants to allow these to be facelit, which a lot of companies like to do. And so, we could have more people putting this type of signage up, or adding canopies to buildings to put this type of signage up. So, I think you need to make sure you get it right.
What conclusion, we're jumping around a little bit, what conclusion did we end up coming to on the lighting? Did we say no internally lit, but you can do face lit or reverse lit?
You said any type of lighting.
You said
basically.
face
So we were okay with any type, even
Face
internally
lighting, halo
illuminated?
lit, Yeah, well, face light would be
Face
internally
light
lit.
is in.
Okay, I was thinking face lighting just where you've got,
No.
a little spotlight shining up on it
Now,
or something.
that's external.
So I
Okay.
think if you have a tagline and a sign, the .75 governs all that. We calculate it the way we always do. And
Okay.
then you focus on an individual letter. And if it's a 1.5 to to 1 foot height, rather than 2, then
It'd be a
that's,
36-inch maximum height on a
that would be a
24-foot tall building.
relatively easy thing for us to apply. And
That's what we're after.
And the Super Chick sign would comply with that. It wouldn't comply with the 1-to-1. So
But-
if it's 1.5
But
to
then
1.
again, what are we doing with the tagline?
Well, that's
It's all
taken care of in the
factored
overall square footage. That's, the tag, if you can fit, if you're eligible for X number of square feet on your overall square footage and you can fit the tagline, then so be it, as long as no single letter is over
That's
this
right.
ratio.
The 1.5.
And that controls like the
Yeah,
bulk
any-
of any individual letters.
Now, I'll be the devil's advocate a little bit. This would actually allow Bud to make these Super Chicks letters a little taller, what we're talking about. I mean, we're at 31.4. I mean, he could conceivably get another 4.6 inches
You know,
of height if he wanted to. Okay, I'm letting everybody know that they could, based upon what we're drafting in the ordinance that we're talking about in this ratio, they could be taller.
Can we make it a little smaller then, the ratio?
Well, like I said, I suggested 1-to-1. That would be 24-inch letter on a 24-foot tall
too small.
building wall.
Just didn't have the arch.
One point,
You would
you
want
know,
maybe a little bit larger.
That'd be 36.
1.25 would be 30.
What Bart's saying is if you had a 1 point, so when we're measuring the height of your letters, you're not getting penalized for the arch. The arch is only penalizing you on total square footage and your overall height of the sign. So if you did a 1.25 inch per foot of building height
For the
ratio for just for the letters, that would make your maximum letter height 30 inches tall. You're at 31.4. Think you could get Super Chicks to get on board with that?
I would argue that you're killing fleas with sledgehammers.
I agree with
We're just trying to use round numbers instead of, in your scenario, I have to do the math, but it ends up being like a 1.3876.
But if you made that super.
36 inches.
And made it linear.
And I think 36 inch,
No, we had 44.
yeah, I can't remember what it was last month.
The letters were 44 the first time?
No.
No, they weren't.
Yeah, that
I
was.
mean,
the
we're
total.
still total height at 44 inches.
They were like 36. They were like 4 inches. The individual letters were about
Why,
4 inches.
I don't have it.
They only reduced the letters by,
Right.
If it's a linear sign in 36.
the letters on the original proposal were 35 inches tall.
Yeah.
So they came down 4.
3.6, yeah.
So,
How about this, we just do 1.3?
Yep,
But-
it's like
And just- it
1.308
works for
or
what's going
something
on,
like that.
And it's
So-
not 1.5,
That's
it's
what I was
not
trying to get-
1.25.
but
I think she did the math at 1.308.
1.3?
3333.
Okay.
That's what it
Okay,
is.
but
Yeah.
if we do that, there will be no maximum sign height.
No, I still think you ought to have that the total eligibility your building height is based on is the same language you had before, 24 feet.
And then if somebody does want to
Okay.
not have the arch, they can
Okay,
have those little bit
so
thicker
leave that
tagline.
in, but then
Yeah.
put, so.
You still have a maximum height.
Yeah,
I don't
leave
think
that
any of Bud's
24
buildings need to
in.
have
Yeah.
any taller letters than what we're looking at
Yeah,
here.
because otherwise,
On
if
the
you had a really
canopies.
tall building, you could put a huge
Then the top golf could
sign on the
be,
canopy.
if it really is 40 feet.
Well, I'd have to do that, I'd do the
Well,
math
no,
on
no,
that. So
no,
if you,
because we have it capped at 24.
That's right.
well, not a top golf. No, what Bud's saying is,
It's only the mix.
that's true. We're still only dealing with the MUTC.
That's right.
Yeah.
There you go. From a visual standpoint, we were looking and seeing what top golf sign
Right.
looked like in comparison to the height of the building.
Right.
There's also
Yeah.
a different place.
So if we do
Yeah, but we were
1
looking at the size of
1
the letter.
inches
Right.
for each
1.3.
linear foot.
1.3.
Yes.
No,
So
no,
1 1/3 is different than 1.3.
you're going to have 3 parameters now, essentially, okay? There'll be 3 parameters on the signs now, the way I understand what you're saying.
Shall be linear.
One will be the
linear
area, the
feet
maximum
of-
area of the sign
Linear
box
feet of external.
is going to be
cerebral
0.75
wall height.
square feet per linear foot of lease space.
But instead of using 1.
The second parameter is going to be the maximum height of the sign, including taglines, arches, everything, logos, whatever they do, is going to be 48 inches, which would be the 2 inches per. However, the third parameter will be no letter can be greater than
1.3.
1.3.
1.3,
1.3 inches per
Foot of
foot
building
of
height.
building height.
I would recommend that you go to something that's measurable and not use a third of an inch. Use halves, quarters.
Well, that's what I proposed earlier, was trying to make it, but
Well, make it, I mean, so.
But I don't
they're
want-
paying 31, 30 would be 1 1/4.
one and a quarter means he's gonna have to shrink his sign.
Yeah, and they've been
1 inch
they've been
more.
great, like they're the guinea pigs, right?
One-
So
Yeah.
I feel bad like making them go back and mess with it for an inch. But yeah, 1 1/4 obviously makes simpler sense than 1.3, but it's also kind of not a great.
I'm ambivalent. I mean,
Worry about being easy, it's just math.
it is, the math's the same. You still gotta get the calculator out and, do it. So give him a 1 1/3.
Tape measure out there, I don't have a tape measure that measures.
So you want to go with 1 1/3?
Yeah, you're never actually gonna be measuring that. All that's gonna be on the design, on the shop drawing that says, here's the building height, here's the size of the sign, and do we comply or do we not comply with the 1 1/3 ratio? So that's actually not a measurement that you'll ever do in the field.
You will when you build it. Especially, they're gonna fabricate it. And most shop folks don't.
Well, the
do
shop
that.
drawings will have the total height based upon their eligibility on there.
3-3.
Everybody
So
carries a
for-
slide rule, right?
Okay, so for the canopy signs, I think I know how to amend that, so.
Okay.
Hey, Mark, can you also, just a quick point on lighting that's going to come up in the next half of this discussion on the projecting signs. Okay, these are some examples of lighting like we were talking about. That's externally lit. That's also externally lit. That is halo lit with individual backers. So the front of the letter's solid. You can see the white behind is actually offset and larger, and it's bouncing the light off. So that's sort of reverse halo lit. Go ahead. That's also a reverse. And then the bottom one is a true halo lit, where it doesn't have a backer. It's just using the fascia of the canopy. So that, the apartments is actually using the fascia as a reflector. The others have a backer behind it. That's one in the daytime. You can see how big the backers are behind that are bouncing the light. This one's sort of odd. It's a really cool effect. The first half of the letter is solid colored and doesn't allow light, and the back half of the letter, it's a closed can, it's a closed channel letter, but the back half is translucent, so you're almost getting a side glow. It's kind of cool. That's it during the day. And one of the questions we have is, and it's going to come up in the perpendicular sign, is that bottom moving one, that's either neon or LED neon lit sign. And it's sort of a face lit sign. Now, on that you can see the bulbs, but it's LED neon, do we want something like that? Because it can be very bright. Or do you want more of a solid?
Could you have found a more obnoxious LED?
No, I couldn't. I
Neon
worked
sign
at that
to
very
say,
hard.
Don't do this.
Hopefully we
But,
won't have that.
it is a type of lighting, and on the next one, one of the reasons that we brought up the perpendicular projecting signs is Tupelo Honey may want one. And their sign is ringed, or the edge of it looks to be a rope of
Yeah,
the
let me
neon.
pull that up.
Probably some sort of LED.
That's what it
Some
looks
kind of
like.
mimics
It-
old school neon, but it's actually LED.
It's not neon, but it's not old school neon, but it looks like old school neon, and it's got
Right.
it's got an LED rope. So moving on to the discussion, let's just go back to the beginning there. Yeah. So if we've put canopy signs to bed, the next thing that came up, and this came up after the last planning commission meeting because these were submitted, was projecting signs on the second floor. And we have no provision for that type of sign. So
What type of sign?
a projecting sign, so the wall of the building is here, and that sign's going to project out perpendicularly
Oh, okay, yeah.
from the wall on the street.
Yeah,
Sort of
yeah.
like Mass General downtown.
Yeah.
Comes out.
Well, yeah, the Tennessee Theater has,
Exactly.
that
Now,
type of sign.
We did allow for small projecting signs already, but they were limited to 4 square feet. They were intended to be down near the doors of entrance.
More like
doors when you're walking
wayfinding
down the
signs is what
sidewalk.
those kind of are.
Sort of. In this case, it would be a large sign that would be mounted on the building and project out. We have no standards, so we basically started
So right now, if somebody wants to do it, it's prohibited.
It's prohibited. Well, you can do a projecting sign, but you're limited to
4
an
feet.
unlit sign, 4 square
4
feet.
Yeah, we got the building plans for this tenant, and they had this sign on the plans, even though that's not part of the review.
Right.
And I
So-
asked Bart and Holly to work on that one because it's one that we don't provide for, so while we're already amending it for this other sign, let's address this one.
And it's a good-looking sign
I agree.
type
Yeah, it's awesome.
in a town center area. So, you know, we think it should be provided for. Really, the issues that, you know, the commission needs to discuss is the proposed size, the maximum projection distance from the wall that you'd like to see, the location on the building, the color of the backer, if you want to put a limitation on the backer. And then the lighting standards. Again, you know, base lit, halo lit, they could be either one in this case. And so we came up, or we found a couple of examples. This is an Orbis sign, if you're familiar with the Bearden area, right near Sequoia Hills. I live over that way. It's a good sized sign. It's about 14 feet tall, but that's a large building. It's a 36-inch wide sign. It's mounted 12 inches from off the building, so the total projection is 48. If you go back to another, that is Tupelo Honey in Columbus, Ohio. We got a copy of the sign plans for that. That is also a 48-inch projection. It's mounted a little closer to the wall, perhaps. Here, they're only proposing 2 feet 11 inches and pretty close to the building. So the question is how large a sign do you want and how much do you want to project out?
Would this be, Bart, would this be in lieu of their traditional wall signage allowances?
It would be, with the exception is we thought that, you know, on a building that was kind of long or where you had a long tenant space, they might want to have one of these and a wall sign. So it would be in lieu, but they could mount both of their available wall signs on the same frontage if they chose, you know.
You're
So
saying
like-
as long as both signs, the square footage max, the aggregate total of the square footage was less than their
No.
total allowance?
We would, yeah, for the total for the building, all sides, because right now, you're restricted to 2 wall signs, right? You know, you can have it on the front or the back. If you have a rear parking, you can have it on the front and the side. If you have a corner, you can't have all 3, even if your building is situated that way. And one of them is at 1-to-1, you know, 1 square feet to 1 linear foot, and the second sign has to be 0.75. So you would have to replace potentially one of your available signs if you were on a building that could have 2 with one of these. But, you know, like say you were going downtown Knoxville and you're going down Gay Street, you know, if you had a very long building or if you occupied multiple spaces, you could put one of these on the corner and then another wall sign in front of your door and just ignore the side or the back of the building, if
Okay.
you chose. If you
Okay,
chose.
I'm on board with that.
So, let me see here.
You have a question about the lighting too?
Yeah, we did. So the size on these would be, the .75 is, we thought was reasonable, again, for this type of sign. You know, we don't want to let them get too big. The projection, you know, we came up with 48, largely based on the Orvis sign and the Columbus Tupelo Honey.
Those are also scale-wise proportional, a lot bigger buildings. Even the Orvis building
They are.
just looks, to me, just has a grander mass to
Yeah.
it. And I kind of think, 211, maybe 3 feet is the maximum
That's fine.
projection.
I mean, we were literally, you know, making this up as we went.
Right.
And we were writing it, trying to get it done for this meeting,
And
so.
the Tupelo honey here would be compliant with that 3 feet.
That's what I was thinking. That way, was
Can we do the same thing we did with Super Chicks and work backwards off of this one? Because I wouldn't want it any bigger than that.
That one looks really good.
Well, that's 35, so if we went 36.
yeah, I'd say make it 3 feet.
Okay.
So that-
We've already got the square footage resolved with the .75. The only thing we need to resolve is lighting.
So-
Yep, lighting.
Some of the overall size would be limited, because the way I wrote it is that it has to be on the second story,
Yeah.
or at least 10 foot above the sidewalk, if, depending on how the building, and it can't extend above, the top cornice of the building. So it has to fit in that space. So if you go back to even the Tupelo honey in Columbus, like, it has to be, well, actually, that one could be much taller. You could go up higher, because you can't extend above. But the .75 would limit the area and the size of it, so.
Okay.
I think your minimum of 10 and not past the cornice is fine. I think you've got the other metrics in there that solve the issues with projection and square footage, and lighting is the big one, is the other one we gotta.
Okay, so lighting and color. One thing we batted around was, we assume most of these signs are gonna be either face lit, to where, it'll be like a routed aluminum panel with, the letters will have a translucent, and the lighting will be inside, and the letters will be lit. You could do a nice halo lit or a nice reverse lit on a sign like this. But the color of the back, there is going to be a panel there that either the channel letters are going to be mounted to or are going to be routed out. Do you want them to allow any color, or do you want to restrict it? We wrote it as white, black, or like a silver, like a natural aluminum to start with.
Or maybe it's like, if you're using bronze storefront, you could use a bronze background.
In this case, that's a nice blue. On the Orbis, it's a nice green, if you go to the Orbis sign. But, it could be hot pink. So,
I mean, I think we ought to restrict.
Do you want to limit the color of the sign backer to where the channel letters are going to be affixed?
I mean, wouldn't, if we stuck to our infamous color wheel? Color palette, then.
You could, but that's still a pretty broad array of colors. If you're happy with that, we can certainly do that.
But there's no pinks in there that I remember, but there are some, bright yellows and.
Yeah, there's some funky colors in that.
Yeah, and they were supposed to be naturally occurring colors, I think.
But I mean,
As in like baby puke, maybe.
Yeah, we went
Yeah.
black, white, and silver, because it
But
seemed
Bud,
like.
you got your
nice
2 cents on what color background on this?
We approved the yellow for super chips.
I think you gotta look at corporate colors.
I don't have a,
Yeah.
I really can't get hung up on colors.
That's Orbis green and Tupelo's the blue. I mean,
Yeah.
whoever comes in with their corporate color, like, be what we go with.
Some corporations have some not all that attractive colors.
Maybe put something in, the VRB is gonna be dealing with these and the staff, maybe put something in there just, that prohibits, don't we have something we've used fluorescent colors as a prohibition before? You could at least do something, that way somebody knows, okay, they do have some color expectations.
The earth tone or muted colors, like it's in the architectural design guidelines.
We could do that. It just,
It's kind of
And then we'll deal with it, like, if you have somebody and you come to us and we're like, oh, we didn't think about that, we'll change the
I
ordinance.
think you could take some language from the design guidelines and put them in that, like the muted colors.
I don't want to make it a
the
free-for-all.
thing is we do get a lot
I'm
of
sorry, what, Bud?
pushback because,
Oh, yeah, I didn't think
we
about
do
that.
get a lot of pushback,
And would we
when
turn the
when,
Pulitzer store down if they wanted to come? No. I'd take their pink and green every day of the week, so I don't have a problem with corporate colors.
I mean, you don't think we ought to put I think we need to have some expectation for somebody reading it from the outside looking in, that at least they pick up the phone and call the town staff and go, okay, I see you're somewhat picky about colors on these signs. We need some more information instead of just having it a free-for-all. Once it's a free-for-all, once an applicant submits and they want fluorescent pink, you're getting fluorescent pink whether you like it or not.
I mean, that's why we brought this up is
My point would be that the fact that we have, it's just a mixed-use town center. There are not that many buildings.
That's true.
Well, no,
there. And after that, I would hate
But
to
it
see
could
us
be other
not
parts
with
of the town
corporate
center,
colors if
too.
people come in here. If they want to put an investment in this town,
And they want their corporate
well,
colors.
I mean, if you all want to start allowing
I'm
corporate
fine
colors
with
all over town, I mean.
Yeah, we got to be careful about
we
the
can.
slippery
if they don't have
slope we're
corporate
doing
colors,
with
then
this.
we have to revert back to your
I mean,
black
you
and
know,
silver.
From a staff level, we spend a lot of time dealing with people applying for signs, and we tell them, no, you can't have that color. And they're like, but that's our corporate brand. And we're like, well, that's nice, but every other sign on here has got white letters, and that's what you're going to have. And they redesign their sign accordingly, but, you know, if.
They do cry about it, though.
They do.
Yeah.
They do, and
That's an
sometimes one company will fit, and you know, and their color will work, or be something in other places, not as much, so, you know.
Many colors, and we would agree to corporate colors.
I mean, if the town wants to start allowing
Why can't we
signs
just
to
put it in
project
line with
corporate
what
colors.
else? what
Can we
do
just put our
everywhere
color?
else
That's what I was
in
gonna
town?
say.
Can we just put our color
Why-
palette, and if they want to go to the
Right.
VRB and ask for, I mean, can the VRB grant a color variance?
Not really.
Or that has
Just
to go
allow
all the
the
way to
same
BZA?
Can I
colors
make
we
a
allow.
point here that we're talking about we're in a strip mall. So we were one of the last ones in, and they already established red and white, so red was our competitor, so we did with a full white, but that's a strip mall. This is not, we're not building a strip mall.
Okay.
We're building buildings that are pretty unique, and this is what you're gonna see in a town center. You're gonna see different colored signs, and, I don't have a problem with corporate colors. I think we're,
That's kind of what I'm thinking. Let's go with our color palette.
We're only talking about the background in these.
Yeah, exactly. We're only talking about the background. And quite frankly, if how do you pronounce it? Pulitzer, if all of a sudden, you know, there's other ways they can incorporate their colors, their corporate colors, other than the background.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine either way. Honestly, it's easier on staff not to have to regulate color as much,
Yeah.
but I know it's always been an important part
Well,
of.
to me, the MUTC
town
is
of
our
Farragut's-
sacred core of the apple here, the one that I don't want to use the term neurotic, but the one we're most OCD about in the entire town of Farragut. And the last thing I want to do is start allowing sign colors that we don't allow in, you know, C1 or C3. I mean, you're like, why? It doesn't make any
Y'all want
sense
to
to me.
just, let's reference the adopted color palette for
Yeah,
that?
if
It's
it
pretty
becomes a
broad.
problem,
It's
we'll
pretty
deal
broad.
with it.
And I have a question. How
Okay.
many people have left and said, okay, I'm not gonna open a store here because of our sign? Color limitations?
I don't know. I
None
don't
that
know
I know
any
of.
personally.
Okay.
None that I know.
That color palette is pretty broad, so.
There's a lot of colors in that
Yeah,
color
I
palette.
think
I mean, that's how you got the yellow onyx, because that was in the color palette.
The one thing that we don't want this to, I hesitate to say this, district or your shopping center itself. We don't want this to look like a shopping center. We want it to look like a old town.
Right.
Right.
They grew up organics.
Mhm.
If this building was from 1920 and this one was hot, Chinese here, and this one was from 38, it's a little different. I like the idea. We've got one with a little bit of a curve and it's a canopy, and we've got this
Vertical.
blade,
Yeah.
vertical sign. And
I like it too.
I like where we're headed.
Yep, totally agree.
But I would point out that in any old town, you didn't have uniformity in your signs. Okay, so, to me, of going overboard, I'm trying to have just, like a handful of 3 things you could pick from.
Well, I think we're doing a pretty good job of introducing things that we've not allowed before. You know, so we want it to be a little eclectic without being polarizing.
Okay, so,
If you limit the letter colors like 3, which I think is done.
Yeah.
Both of these, that gets you your more of your conformity.
Mhm.
The background is what,
yeah.
Right.
Yeah, really, there are 2 issues here. One is the background color, so.
Right.
So basically color palette. The other is the actual lettering, and we use the same language that we put into the canopy signs, which are white letters, black letters, you know, or
Silver.
some sort of
Or like
natural
brush stainless or
aluminum.
something like that.
And then at night, we said the main letters at night would have to light white. And then the tagline, if there was a tagline on that type of sign, you know, could be any color the way we're doing again with canopy signs upon approval by the sign administrator.
You say any color lighting.
Any
okay.
color lighting, so, you know.
For the tagline
Yeah.
part.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you had, you know, like Dunkin' Donuts, the main Dunkin' Donut language would be white, and then if they wanted to have their little DD
Mhm.
below it, you know, as a tagline, that could be colored. That's essentially what we've been doing for signs.
All right, Bud, are you on board with that? All right.
And that's basically the same language that was on the
Okay.
canopy. I just wanted to let you know that's what we did. And then the last thing on the lighting, Mark, you go to that one that's highlighted
This one?
again,
Yeah.
that sort of rope neon type thing around the edge. It can be kind of bright. don't know whether you want that or to allow that. You know, you could have that effect and have it cut into the sign, or, have it routed into the sign and have it backlit, or not backlit, but kind of face lit as opposed to
Would that not
a
fall under
projecting rope type light, or.
exterior lighting limitations?
We don't have anything on signs in terms of how bright it can be. And I'm not
So
sure
signs
how.
are excluded from our other.
Yeah, we don't make anybody do like a photometric plan on your lighting.
Not for that.
Oh, I'm sorry, on your sign lighting.
We do for external fit, like
Right.
external light fixture has to be 850 lumens if it's sitting there, if it's a spotlight. But we don't have anything, and really way to measure how bright a internally illuminated sign was. I mean, we could put something on there, but I'm not sure how we.
It's subjective, but we've kind of used the word glare in the ordinance for many years.
That is kind of a glaring sign.
Well, I agree. I mean, it's probably a little brighter than I would have envisioned in the MUTC.
So that's something you think we should try to address?
Well, we haven't had a problem today, right, with that internal lighting of a sign. So do we need to regulate something that we don't have a problem with?
Well, I mean.
We-
I think that's too much
Good.
We have had,
That is an existing Tupelo honey sign.
We have
If
had-
they want to put that sign in 4 months or whenever.
I can't remember if it was
Tupelo honey's
Ed who said that, but we have had problems in the town with internally illuminated signs that were way too bright, and we've had to deal with it over the, staff had to deal with it for internally illuminated. And usually, I think you try to exercise that word, hey, it's creating a glare, and typically it's if you're on an adjacent right-of-way or a driveway or adjacent properties. If it's blinding to you when you look at the sign, which I know is subjective, and I try to stay away from subjective metrics, but I mean, I do think that's important to have something in there about lighting, just to put somebody on notice that, we are trying to avoid that.
Keep in mind, this is a photo.
That's true.
And sometimes photos.
Enhance.
Capture.
Yeah.
If you were actually standing right across the street, you may not look exactly like that.
Right, I agree.
Those signs are generally bright. That's the whole shtick of it.
Well, that's true.
And we want, I would like to make sure that we have people milling around at night also, not feeling like they're in the dark. It's kind of a strip mall.
Well, you've got beautiful street lighting. I mean, it's already, I can't.
So right now, we have sign lighting may be internal, face lit, or halo reverse lit. You just want to keep that, and you comfortable with that?
Yeah.
That's kind of consistent with
Yeah,
the
I can't,
canopy.
until somebody comes up with
Right.
the next generation of lighting, that's just the best we can do.
Because you can't address every
Right.
possible
We're
scenario.
trying to codify an art form here, and it's kind of hard to do, so
Yeah.
we just kind of.
So if y'all are comfortable with that on the lighting, we'll keep that language.
Should you put some language in there about glare?
Yeah, we can put something.
Okay.
That's some glare. Okay.
That takes care of the subjective.
I think
Yeah.
that was all we had as far as getting feedback, unless y'all had any questions about the ordinance language, because we're going to take this to the VRB week after next.
2 weeks from.
And then it'll go to the board if y'all are ready to make a recommendation
So,
to the
but
board.
this says discussion and public hearing.
That's right.
Public hearing.
So we were supposed to vote on this.
That's right.
Okay, so we're sending it to VRB. From here, it goes to VRB.
Well, no, you're making a recommendation to the
Oh.
board. of
It'll go
Directors.
straight to
we're making-
Bowman.
Okay. Just
And the
making sure.
VRB will do the same.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
But we actually, technically, we advertised that we're going to vote on this tonight.
Yes.
That's right.
Right.
Do we feel like that the staff's made enough notes on some of these
I think if we
revisions
can-
that,
Amendments we've made.
If we can craft a motion with these amendments,
I'm terrified to do. I'll let somebody else try to craft a motion with those amendments.
take a shot at that. I think,
So we can call the
remove
letter,
the window amendments portion,
the letter proportion,
or window coverage.
remove that.
We
yeah.
did strike that section.
Strike
Strike
that, 1 1/4 to 1.
I thought it was 1 1/3. 1 1/3.
Yeah, we said 1 1/3. It's just math. It's not actually, you're not out there measuring a third in an inch.
Letter proportionality, letter 1 1/3.
And 2 for the overall.
Just the vertical height, that's already in there though, right?
No, but the ratio we did revise the ratio on total height.
Is it 2?
I think
But
we had,
that's what's
think it was-
already in there.
It was two, but the maximum letter height's
Yeah,
now gonna
we
be-
is the 1 1/3.
But in the thing, it's 2 inches for the sign,
for the total sign height.
total sign.
And
Two
the
inches per
letters
foot.
now are gonna be limited to
So, but
one.
we don't have to worry, we don't address that because it's already addressed. The two inches,
So that doesn't mean.
I'm just saying that it's already in there, we don't
Okay.
have to, that's not part of our amendments. We're doing a letter proportionality at 1 1/3. We're removing the, striking the, window coverage. Or who's the two? Only
And then the verbiage on the projecting signs,
And
36 inches from,
we're adding
that's
glare,
what's in there.
well, 36 instead of 48 for the distance from the projection.
36
Right, from the wall.
from projection. Okay, so there's 4 points. So I'm going to
Oh,
move
and to use the adopted color palette for the
adopted color.
Background.
For the
background
background,
of those.
right,
And then to add the glare, you know.
glare provision with the
the
light.
glare
I did the glare.
I'll second Louise's motion. I think Louise has completed her motion.
I think there were 5 points there. That's my motion. So I think we're ready for the,
We have a second.
no,
I think Noah seconded that.
That's all right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, discussion not completed. And we have a second on the floor for the amended agenda.
amended motion, amended.
Amended motion. All those in favor, say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Noes? No noes?
Okay, so that was to approve the resolution recommending,
That's to approve Resolution PC 24-02, which recommends approval.
Recommend amendment.
With the amendments, which
Okay.
recommends approval, ordinance 24-06. Let the record show it's been
I'm
approved.
just writing it down so I know that what I. Yeah.
Okay, the next item, agenda item, thank you, Bart. Thank you,
Thanks,
Bud.
Bart.
Thank you for your patience and working through it. Agenda item number 8 is for discussion purposes only on a request to amend the Farragut zoning map, parcel 15402, tax map 130, property located west of Cotton Eye Joe's from C2 to OD, RE, and E. 3.1 acres, Cox Universal Group.
Yeah, this is a request to amend the current zoning for where the West Park Inn used to be, and it was demolished several years ago. It's immediately west of the Cotton Eye Joe's. Currently, it's zoned regional commercial. The applicant would like to construct a 4-story hotel on the property, which is provided for in C2, but they're requesting to rezone it to the Outlet Drive Entertainment and Employment District, mainly because of the lower masonry requirement in that district. Basically, for a building that's more than 2 stories at 25,000 square feet, the masonry requirement's 25%. In C2, it would be 75%. So that would make the hotel more economically viable. As you may remember, when we developed this zoning district for the Outlet Drive corridor, we did lower the masonry percentage on larger buildings because that was really consistent with the surrounding context. There's a lot of warehousing out there. It's kind of a part of town that's a little bit separated from the rest of the town, and it's right along the interstate. So that was the reason why we did lower the masonry percentages there. So from the staff's perspective, this request is consistent with the requested zoning district. It's also consistent with the future land use map. It's regional commercial. So the staff, when this does come to you all for a recommendation to the board next month, the staff will be recommending approval of this rezoning request. You may have any questions?
First of all,
Applicant is-
everybody signed up for this.
I'm sorry,
Everybody signed
no one has signed up for this one. The applicant is
Has there been
here.
any discussion with Cotton Eye Joe and
Yeah, I have not, I haven't gotten anywhere with that yet, so they may not be involved in this.
seems to make sense for everybody, so.
Yeah, it does. So we'll see.
You have reached out to Cotton Eye Joe, though, and just haven't received any
I haven't heard from
feedback,
them.
or-
I have reached out to the Outlet Mall, and they're pondering the district and said they would have to talk about it with their ownership and determine whether they felt like that was a good move for them.
But so will that one be brought up before us, the Outlet Mall, as a separate item?
Only if they request to be included in this. If not, this will just be this parcel for next time.
Okay.
I just made that as a point because those two developments are really consistent with this zoning district and probably should be rezoned to this district. But I'm not recommending to force a rezoning if the owners don't want that.
Does anybody else have any comments they'd like to add? Any questions for Mark? Okay, thank you, Mark. Agenda item number 9, discussion on amendment to the development concept plan for the commercial portion of the Kingston Pike Village, Farragut Junction Planned Commercial Development, PCD, project at the southwest intersection of Kingston Pike and South Watt Road. Daniel Smith, applicant.
Yes, this is for discussion purposes only.
Thank you.
This involves the commercial, the kind of the north half of the PCD district out at South Watt Road and Kingston Pike. As you know, the multifamily portion to the south is largely nearing completion. And when this was rezoned several years ago, the north part of the PCD was, as part of the development concept plan, a grocery store and a couple of retail buildings out along Kingston Pike. Since that time, the grocery store did not follow through, so the applicant has been trying to revisit different ways to develop this north half of the PCD. So at this time, they've got a couple of options that they would like to get your feedback on. The first option, which is on the screen, involves all retail and office buildings. Those range in size with tenant spaces from 2,500 to about 5,200 square feet. And then the building nearest Kingston Pike is shown as a 3-tenant building, and it has a drive-through that wraps around the south and east side of the building. We've talked a little bit about this in the past. In the PCD district, auto-oriented uses and appurtenances like drive-throughs are required to be internal to the development. So in order to have a drive-through for this building, which is on the periphery, they would have to have an amendment to that aspect of the PCD ordinance. So the second option is a mixture of retail restaurant buildings. Those are 5,600 and 7,700 square feet. And then they're proposing like a 3-story, potentially vertical mixed use, 2 of those buildings that would be part of this particular option. The first floor would be set up as non-residential, with a higher roof, more transparency. The upper 2 floors could be office or could be residential. So it's kind of like a more traditional vertical mixed use, kind of like a building like these. The developer has done some buildings in downtown Knoxville with this kind of concept. So that's kind of what option 2 is referring to with that particular concept. Now, in the past, as you all may remember, adding more residential to this PCD has been requested, but there's always been concerns about that in terms of just the consistency with the overall rezoning, the impact to parking, traffic, whatever, just having that many residents as part of this planned commercial project. So that's something that I think the commission would need to weigh in on this particular option and whether, as you add more height to the building, you also add more required parking. So there may or may not be enough parking, enough space really to park this development. So I think that's another consideration. And as I pointed out in the report, in looking at the PCD, creating kind of a sense of place is one of the main objectives. And that's something that we've been working with the applicant on. They've been to a couple of staff developer meetings, and we've talked about really trying to focus on this, what I call transitional space between the multifamily and the commercial, and trying to make that a more engaging space for the two, maybe more gathering spaces, certainly more pedestrian connections, particularly over in the west part. And then maybe, getting a land planner involved, because this is a PCD project to where we're trying to provide for something that is a little bit higher standard than conventional zoning. To maybe look at that from a placemaking perspective and try to capitalize on that opportunity. To me, really losing the grocery store was a real opportunity for this project to make it more consistent to me with the objectives of the PCD district. So that's really what I'm trying to encourage the applicant to keep working on is looking at that, particularly that transitional space, and trying to mesh the overall development a little bit better. This particular concept also shows the same building at Kingston Pike with the same drive-through. So again, that is something that would have to be revisited in the ordinance text. Obviously, this is a major change to the original development plan that was part of the rezoning. So this will ultimately have to go through you all and the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. So that's kind of an overview of the two options they want your feedback on. I know the applicant's here and they can answer any questions you may have, and I'll try to do the same. I do not have anyone that's signed up to speak on this.
Okay, thank you. If the applicant, if you'd like to come up and give us your name and your address, please.
Sure.
And we'll open it up for questions.
I'm Rick Chen. I'm with R&R Properties. Daniel Smith, my partner, was not able to make it tonight. I live at 101 Stonebridge Road in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. Enjoyed watching the meeting tonight. I've served on the City Council in Oak Ridge for several years and Planning Commission before that, so it's been interesting to watch you all work, and really appreciate your willingness to hear folks speak. That's really refreshing. And I know a lot of instances people are cut off pretty quick, and you guys listen and work through it, and I really appreciate that. So,
well, it's mutual. Thank you.
Commend you on that. We are very excited about the continuation of our Farragut Junction project. The apartments are almost complete. We are at almost 30% occupancy right now, so leasing is going along very well. We're very excited about that. As Mark had mentioned, the front part of both of these options is basically the same. We have tenants lined up for this entire facility with letters of intent, so we are ready to proceed on that if we get approval on the development on the front. The rear, I guess the middle section, is what we really would like to have your feedback on. Obviously, we'd like to get approval for the front section with the drive-through as well, but the middle section is what we'd like to really get some feedback on. Is in the developer staff meeting, we did have some discussions and mentioned the potential of a vertical mixed-use facility, and that seemed to get some folks' attention, and they were excited about listening to that. So that is something that we're very excited about having the opportunity to do. Daniel Smith, my partner, has done something similar to that in the downtown area with where Stir is and the Stockyard Lofts. This is a depiction of exactly what we've got there. That's similar to what we'd like to do. This is a development in Atlanta that we've shown you some pictures of. This one right here, I think, with the little turret, I think is really cool looking. But we really would like to do something like Mark was talking about with the place setting here and making, and the transition area there. We do plan on doing some gazebos, there's a dog park there. Have more of a park-like setting between the two types of developments there, and obviously the connection with the sidewalks. So interested to hear your thoughts. With the mixed-use, vertical mixed-use development, there, our financing on the first phase of the apartments was a HUD finance loan. There is a provision in the HUD loan that we have to extend that into this type of development. So financing would be much easier in this mixed-use development than it would be for the other option, the first option with all retail developments. So that said, it would happen a lot faster, and we would get more bricks and sticks on the ground faster.
I'll jump in and say I like the vertical mixed use. I think it'd be real intriguing for the West End, and I support in what I see. I mean, I know there's some other details to work out, but generally speaking, when we're looking at a concept plan, I like the direction that you guys are going with this.
Right, Mark, in general, or Rick, what was the general feedback from the staff developer meeting?
Well, we only had a couple of commissioners there. I think they were open to it.
I'm just going to remind everyone, this goes to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen for final approval. I will say this, from what I have heard from the community, there isn't any interest in entertaining any more multifamily, period. End of sentence. They're tired. We're tired. And the last time this body entertained more multifamily, I took it straight to the board the following week, because I didn't want the applicant and staff spending a lot of time on something that would come to the board eventually, and the board would say no. And the board said no. The majority of the board was not supportive of it. This is an opportunity, like Mark said, this is an incredible opportunity for us to really think through what we want in that middle section. I would like to see, I prefer the proposed development, not the alternative scheme. I prefer the original with commercial in the middle section, with some more thought given to the pedestrian or the people that are walking in, the people that live in the apartments, making that connection so that they're it gives that unique sense of place that we're looking for, that pedestrian-oriented design. I'd like to see more green in here. I feel like if you put in a vertical, even if it's just office, it's just more surface parking that we're going to have to accommodate.
If I could address the parking, we have 7 spots per 1,000 here, so we have plenty of parking in the development that we've got shown
And
on this area with the additional green area that kind of goes around there.
But my problem is that I see a lot of concrete on there, and that's what I'm wishing to see, a little bit more green, not so much more concrete, and seeing some design, pedestrian-oriented design coming in. I'm just telling you that the community is tired, and we're seeing so much development going on around us that we don't want to see any more multifamily.
To me, it's not designed, massed, or does it have the look of apartments? I mean, if Rick can stick with a true mixed use by putting some office or retail on the main and having these buildings separate with other retail or restaurant buildings, it just doesn't feel like apartments to me, and I don't think it is to the community. I mean, I think that when the community sees apartments, they see traditional apartment complexes with, buildings that are all massed and with the same design, and, a pool and a clubhouse and all these sorts of things, and I just think this is apples and oranges.
I agree with you. I think this is a mixture that we'd like to see at our top, and I'm not sure exactly who's against it, but it looks attractive to me.
I'd like to make a comment. I was at the staff developer meeting, and when I heard the word lot right away, my mind went to thinking you would be selling these. You're saying you're financing it going through the apartment complex.
That would be the first phase. We would anticipate potential sales of these after a certain period of time. So that, I don't know.
We can't,
You
we're
can't.
not gonna guarantee.
Exactly.
There's no guarantee that it's gonna happen, but the fact is that that's what our hope is.
Yes.
And I think we need lots. I think we'd like to see this. I guess, I can't remember the number, but how many units total between these two buildings?
We really need 60 units to make the project make sense.
I'm sorry?
60 units.
60?
60.
And that's tiny in comparison to what most apartment complexes are.
Yeah, we've got 226 in the first phase.
Not in addition to what's already there. Now we're talking about 282 units as opposed to the 225.
And you got two main arterials that come through there, Kingston Pike and Watt Road. I mean, the traffic's negligible.
Well, what my hope was that if this passes, if it goes through, it might create some interest in other developers to build some vertical type buildings and projects going forward, where they are sold and not rented.
But we can't,
guarantee, I know, there's no guarantee that they will be sold.
I'm telling you, this needs to, we are tired at the board level. We are tired.
Louise, I know, I was on the board.
I understand.
I said no more apartments
Yeah.
myself. I look at this a little different type of project.
I hear what you're saying.
Well,
And
this
it's
is
a
the
small
plan,
project,
so
so-
we need to do what we need to do, and if you guys reject it, you guys reject it.
Well, that's why we have a democracy.
Yeah.
You know, the realty, again, I don't think it looks like apartments, it doesn't feel like apartments. I mean, whether they're rental or owned, it doesn't have any concerns with me, because yeah, I know that if they're gonna comply with our architectural design standards and our landscaping standards, they're gonna be nice. So I'll leave it at that. So, Rick, I like the direction where you're going with this alternative. Obviously, it is, there's not a consensus among the board. And Louise is right, this would still have to go up to the board, mayor, and alderman, where instead of 9 of us, you got 5 of us, and there's some overlap.
What is your all's thoughts on the drive-through and modifying the ordinance to provide for that in this type of situation? Again, it's this building here, down next to Kingston Pike. That's something I wanted to get your all's feedback on, or think the applicant did.
My perspective was I was fine with the drive-through, giving on the front because it's already car-centric and it is what it is, with some exchange for more thoughtful design, pedestrian-oriented design in the middle section.
Right, yeah, on the transition, yeah. Anybody else have any thought on that?
Isn't there a bank right there on the corner?
Mm-hmm, credit union.
Yeah,
And it has a
Y12.
drive-through?
Yeah.
So,
I mean, most of along Kings Pike C1 already, which is eligible for drive-throughs. That this particular one is not C1, it's PCD, but.
Yeah, I mean, if you remember, the grocery store had a gas.
The fuel pumps and all that.
Fuel pump area basically right in here.
Which is drive-through, yeah.
I mean, it makes sense to me in that location.
It don't fit the town center, but it fits here.
Right, okay.
I agree that it does fit.
So outside of the town center, PCD potentially would, okay. So I guess the other macro question to me is the type of uses, really.
Can't hear you, Mark.
Well, I think the other macro question is the type of uses that you all are comfortable with. I think there's been some have weighed in and some haven't, but,
I don't have a problem
I think it looks good.
In the location and the
And I
size we're
think
talking about, I just don't think it's as big an issue as, it's heartburn, that location in the town as well as the size we're talking about.
Ed, I'm sorry, I can't hear you. What were you saying?
I'm saying, I'm agreeing with you.
The alternative, you kind of like the alternative idea?
now, it does create more parking because anytime you go vertical, you got more gross square footage you have to park.
Right.
So there is more, like Louise was saying, there's more
Well, they would still have
likelihood
to,
for
they'd have to, I
asphalt.
mean, there's some low-impact development practices they'd have to incorporate, so they could do some things with permeable pavers and other things to help soften that asphalt.
But it's much more massive than the other option, because you have a big block of parking.
I still like it better than, I like them better in the grocery store, that's for sure.
Yeah, I agree. No, it's definitely an opportunity to improve on the original plan for sure.
We do see that as a positive as well. Tell you a little bit about our companies. We really want to comply with Vice Mayor Pavlin, your ability or your thought of a great-looking development. I mean, that's what we put together, and our companies have done a lot of things in Oak Ridge. We've got the Main Street lofts that we're doing and finishing up right there now. What Daniel's done downtown, I think, is a really good-looking product. We're not looking at doing anything cheaped out, and we love the idea of having brick and lots of really high-end finishes on all these facilities. So that's our MO.
Rick, do you have any additional questions for us?
No.
Everybody satisfied with the conversation?
It's the majority.
Rick, do you feel like you've polled the planning commission enough to feel like whether or not this is which direction you want to go? I mean,
We want to go with that second option with the vertical mixed-use facility. I mean, that's what we want to do.
And you'll go back and revisit and look at any opportunities for Vice Mayor Pavlin's recommendations for finding any more green space in there and, pedestrian accessibility.
Yeah. Be more than,
Rick, I think the renderings are important.
Yeah.
Based upon what you showed us and sticking with the mix, if you really can make the mixed use work, I think that's important. I mean, again, I don't think anybody's going to confuse it with apartments, whether they're rental or not, because to me, based upon what you've shown us, it doesn't smell like apartments, doesn't look like apartments, and I would think that, I mean, Louise, as an elected official, has to deal with a lot more constituents, and so does the mayor than I do, and so they get the phone calls. I don't get the phone calls, and I empathize with all the phone calls they've dealt with over the years with a lot of angry citizens over some of the decisions that we've made.
Sure, I understand. Been there. Done that. So.
Well, I've been pretty quiet about it, but there was a discussion some time back that we have built our share of apartments. And I think that probably still holds true. I don't see a path forward here with the board.
You know, with the Board of Mayor and Alderman is what you're most concerned about.
I do see the commercial. I do see a change for the drive-through. I do see that. Really, in all honesty, this is following what, of course, minus the grocery store. This was a tough sell. To be quite honest with you, it wasn't a good sell the way it was to begin with. It may have been to the Planning Commission, but it was not to the Board of Mayor and Alderman. To make it a tough sell again is what you're proposing.
So what I'm hearing is it's do what you want, but you don't know, you can't guarantee anything.
Well,
so we can make a proposal
proposal
and see where it goes.
I think the first one, I think you've pretty well got a good consensus on, as far as commercial with some changes so you can do the drive-through. As far as the multifamily, I don't think there's support for that. So.
Rick, so your understanding what the process is, that because due to the fact that it's PCD, it's handled a little bit differently than other zoning districts. So it goes up from the Planning Commission with a recommendation based upon the majority of the Planning Commission, which you may or may not have support on the Planning Commission. It goes up to the Board of Mayor and Alderman,
And I think what the mayor is saying, and I probably do agree with him based upon my experience with the Board of Mayor and Aldermen over a number of years and kind of knowing kind of the flavor of what they've dealt with. You probably got an uphill battle at the Board of Mayor and Aldermen to try to get the multifamily mixed use incorporated into your site plan. And I think that, and you're obviously welcome as an applicant to take it to the next step. We just don't want you to go through a whole lot of time and energy and dollars on something that you're probably not going to have a lot of support. Because again, like I said, those are the ones that, you know, get the phone calls on, you know, Sunday evening at 6 o'clock at night, you know, somebody yelling at them. And I don't get those phone calls, but our elected officials do get those phone calls.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Rick. Appreciate it. Agenda item number 10 is discussion on amendments to the Farragut Code of Ordinances, Chapter 22, Article 5, driveways and other access ways, Section 22-147, traffic impact study requirements to provide for additional considerations for pedestrians and bicyclists. Can't talk. Town of Farragut applicant.
Yes, this item came about during the Board of Mayor and Alderman Strategic Planning Retreat. One of their top priorities under the advancing a high-quality and well-maintained community critical success factor that's in the town's strategic plan was to amend the traffic impact study requirements in our driveways and other access ways ordinance to provide for consideration to pedestrians and bicyclists, because currently it's really pretty much vehicle focused. The staff has put together some draft language in that existing ordinance with the main objective really having the engineer to focus on what are the existing pedestrian and bicycle facilities in a study area where a traffic impact study is required. What could be the impacts on the action that's requiring the traffic impact study on pedestrians and bicyclists, and then make recommendations as to how to address those, whether it's, you know, adding more facilities, addressing pedestrian signal timing, looking at crosswalks, you know, raised medians, things that would maybe make the pedestrian experience better. So those kind of things are built into this draft language. Now, I looked at some other communities that were fairly comparable to the town and some of the provisions that they have, and kind of stole some of their language and put in these particular provisions. So it is consistent with other communities that do this. The town engineer was in agreement with it. He didn't see any issues with this. There's a couple of additional little modifications that I need to make to it, but in general, I think he felt like this would at least get the consultant to be thinking about pedestrians and bicyclists when they put together, you know, these traffic impact studies. So if anybody has any questions on the language, I'll be happy to try to answer that.
Mark, I got a question for you.
Okay.
The Alan Childress, he's probably done over half of the traffic studies in the town of Farragut over the years. Is this a normal, adding this type of requirement in there? Is this normally, I mean, is that something that these engineers are qualified to do as part of their analysis?
Yeah,
and the other question is, and have you reached out to any of the traffic engineers that you guys have a relationship with and say, hey, we're thinking about this? Are we doing anything against the grain or trying to make them do something outside their area of expertise?
Yeah, I can reach out to Alan. Of course, Daryl's a traffic engineer. That's his specialty.
Can I provide you some background before you go on?
Sure.
Because
Yeah.
I passed this out to you. This, you need to understand what's coming down the pike for us. This is the Federal Highway Administration has adopted the safe system approach.
Louise, I didn't get anything.
Oh, you were supposed to pass
They're
it
working
down.
their way down there.
It's a mayor's fault.
Sorry.
All right, please proceed.
Now you have the information.
All right, now we all have the nice little shiny brochure in front of us.
So this is the Federal Highway Administration has for a while, you know, in the years past when we have, do you guys all understand how we get our block grants for our, like, Union Road? It comes from the federal government to the states distribute out to the transportation planning organizations. And it comes with strings. And they've been, over the last several years, have been adding strings about safety on the roads for all users, not just vehicles, not people that are pedestrians and bicyclists. And they want us to, keeping statistics at the TPO level, reporting up to the state, we're supposed to be working on reducing injuries and serious injuries and crashes. We no longer have this, I would say, luxury of putting vehicular safety over pedestrian safety. It all has to be considered. It all has to be considered in our transportation planning, and addressing safety for all users is part of this. So this is where this request, I was talking to Mark about this a while ago, because when you look at the traffic impact study that was done for the Biddle Farm, and they made recommendations. What they made recommendations to add turn lanes at a intersection where we know we are going to have pedestrians. Instead of looking at, okay, what is there are three ways you can reduce congestion at a intersection. You can add capacity, you can increase efficiency, or you can remove vehicles from that particular intersection by providing in redundancy and connectivity, which is what our plan is in our community with Municipal Center Drive, with Jamestown Boulevard, working beyond our community with Knox County to improve Loop Road, to improve North Shore, or at least the efficiency of North Shore. We've worked with the feds to get funding again for I-40. They're moving the way stations. So there's a lot of other things that that are going on that could address congestion at the heart of our town that wouldn't negatively impact pedestrian safety, which we now have to consider in our design, especially if we are building sidewalks and trails. We have not just a moral duty now, we have a requirement from the feds and the state and our local TPO to be addressing these issues. So that is why I've asked for this to be included in, if they're not doing it now, they need to be doing it, because this is not just an issue we're facing. City of Knoxville has gone to Vision Zero, which is 0 deaths. That's what they're working towards. Well, you can't get that without talking about pedestrian safety, particularly in a city. So if they're not, we're seeing as pedestrian, the idea of how to slow traffic, how to address pedestrian safety is becoming a larger and larger part of transportation engineering and planning. So I think that our traffic engineers are seeing this come on the horizon, and they're realizing that this is something we have to address. We have to be able to address it from a traffic impact study perspective, or how do we know how to address pedestrian safety? So that's where this is all coming from, is we need to get in front of this. The last thing we need to be doing is putting things in motion that reduce pedestrian safety and then being liable for ignoring the pedestrian safety aspect of it. So that's why I've asked for this.
I'm going to expand on that, Louise. I sit on the TPO myself, and one of the things that is discussed is the safe system approach. And so anytime when you look at budgeting or you look at any sort of grants, this is brought up, and it has become something that is now just part of the discussion, where before you never really heard it, but now the feds are looking at what they call safe speeds, and they're looking at how a crash at a certain speed will injure someone, and particularly with bicyclists and pedestrians. So this is a serious deal. So it really is, and That's what they give it to us, as far as the TPO. And it, you know, it's not just state of Tennessee, it's the feds.
Well, and the TPO, to feed on that, the TPO last June, I believe, they adopted a regional roadway safety action plan specifically for this, dealing with the safe system approach. So it's steeped in the things that we have to take care of as a municipality if we want to continue to receive funding for some of our road projects. But more importantly, we've been building sidewalks and trails for 30 years. We've invested in this. When you know better, you do better. And we need to understand we've made a lot of fast roads. I'm working with the McPhee Road residents. It's a racetrack out there. That's what one of
Steve
came in and talked about. There is a concern with Virtue Road, and how are we going to address speeding when we don't have police coverage? How do we make these roads safer? Separating, we've expanded the grass strip to move people further away. We've talked about ways we put roundabouts in on Virtue Road. We're trying to address the speed of road by design elements because we don't necessarily have enforcement right now.
It's all very positive.
Does anybody have any comments on the language, the draft? It's fairly simple language.
My comment is, having heard what has been said here, is these changes reflect the upcoming probably requirements or suggestions from the federal government, or do we need to make more than what's shown here in red on this part?
I can look at that and maybe get with Louise on that and make sure that
You don't need to go through this twice, I don't think.
No, well, I think what Mark's put together here is pretty thorough with making sure that these issues are being addressed in our traffic impact study.
Okay, that's my question. I don't have any more detail than this. So, I'm not sure what needs to be in that, in that document. So I guess, and I don't know if we need to do that here, but I'm just saying that whoever's going to make these markups needs to look at these upcoming requirements and make sure that we're satisfying what both Louise and the mayor are talking about.
The big thing is it makes the engineer think about pedestrians and bicyclists. What are the existing facilities?
There may be some more stringent requirements
in
the other areas as well.
Yes.
That's my point. It looks like you've got the bicycles and stuff covered, but maybe.
I can look through that and make sure.
So that's my comment.
Okay, that's a good point.
Do we have any other comments?
Okay. I may or may not have this ready for next time, but I'll look through that and make sure that we try to address everything.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you, Mark. Agenda item number 11, discussion on a draft vision plan for the town center portion of the town of Farragut applicant. Before we go into discussion, I'd like to turn the floor over to Vice Mayor Poplin to give a brief history of the town and the town's vision.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Let me get this pulled up.
So I wanted to take an opportunity, because we are coming to the end of, I think, the amending of our comprehensive land use plan amendment or update from 2012. And I'm not sure many people, because we've been at it for so long, I wanted to go over how we got here. So first thing is Town of Farragut's founding principles. We were founded because we wanted to have our own planning and zoning to protect the residential character of our community. We were going to honor and celebrate this area's history. We wanted to establish high road standards and maintain our roads. We wanted to improve our transportation network. We wanted to preserve lands for parks and for communities, this community's recreational needs. We wanted well-kept right-of-ways, and we were going to conduct ourselves in a fiscally conservative manner. Tennessee Code annotated 13-4-201 requires a planning commission to make and adopt an official general plan. So we've had, I don't know if you guys, I get back in our little area that we have all of our history, and I've come across it. Our first Farragut community plan, pretty slim, October of 1980. Then we had a land use plan developed in February of 1982. This was adopted right before we adopted our first zoning ordinance and zoning map, which was adopted in March of 1982. Then Farragut 2000 plan was adopted in April of 1991. This was our first major comprehensive plan, I think. We were at it for about a decade, the better part of it, the first decade. We were adopting ordinances and getting our regulations together and figuring out all the things that we had to do. And then they finally got together and did the first comprehensive plan. And then in February 2001, we updated with the Farragut Land Use and Transportation Policy Plan. I think, Mark, this was the first thing you worked on.
Yeah.
And then, of course, in 2012, we had our comprehensive land use plan update. So in 1988, they started the Farragut planning for the Farragut 2000 plan. And one of the first things they did was they asked the Planning Commission to assess what we were going to look like at full build-out. They realized that we were, at that point, they realized we're going to build out, we better start planning for what build-out looks like. So I came across this and I thought that was very interesting because in the low range, the population, we're at 16, I think we're at 16.3 square miles. They project 35,000 to 40,000. I think we're going to come in under that when it's all said and done. But you should all rest assured that we've come in the low range of the population build out. Next one. So Farragut 2000 plan. I think this was interesting when I came across this. I wanted you guys to hear some of this stuff because this was 1991. So this was under Mayor Bob Leonard. So the first comprehensive plan, they put together a steering committee. They had a growth and development committee, cultural activities committee, economic development committee, public sector committee, a recreational development committee, and a landscape design committee, covering pretty much all of the things that were important to us. So Chapter 6 is the economic and private development. In that, they have community goals. And there's one paragraph I had to pull out for all of you, is commercial development can be tastefully and intelligently integrated into a residential environment. Mixed-use developments consisting of commercial, office, and residential uses combined into an attractive functional plan are especially desirable. So this is the first time we hear about mixed use in 1991. They've been talking about mixed use since 1991. The proposed economic development, commercial growth will continue to occur both inside and outside the town's jurisdiction. The following areas within the town have been targeted as appropriate locations for such activity to occur. All of them I highlighted that at Kingston Pike, limited to the areas presently zoned commercial, and a largely undeveloped area behind and south of Brooklawn Square, which is where we are currently developing our first mixed-use town center project. Then they had recommendations. To maintain a high quality of life as community continues to develop, the following recommendations should be implemented. And there were 15. I pulled out the 3 that related to mixed use. Promote well-planned mixed-use developments that allow a blend of various compatible land uses. If necessary, the current zoning ordinance should be amended in order to encourage this type of development. 11 is make appropriate changes to the town regulations to remove any barriers to mixed-use development. And 15 was encourage public and private development of mixed-use sites. One of the sites that they highlighted was the site that borders the creek south of Kingston Pike, which is where we're developing right now. These sites are especially suitable for the development of festive shopping areas. Several other properties could be involved in the realization of such plans. It will take a coordinated agreement between all parties to design a feasible plan. Such plans should be integrated with the major road plan, future land use plan, town hydrology plan, and long-term economic development strategy. So that was the beginning. The next plan that we did update was 2001 to 2011 in commercial and private services. We have the policy the town should promote the Kingston Pike corridor between Glen Abbey Boulevard and Concord Road, including Village Green Commercial Complex as the town center area to serve as our community focal point. Then moved on to the 2012 plan, which further defined what we envisioned for our mixed-use town center. So we adopted that the Planning Commission adopted that in December of 2012. In this current plan, it states that we should probably take a look at this and update it every 5 years. So in 2017, we put together a steering committee. 2018, we started working on reviewing the comprehensive land use plan and updating the future land use map. And we did that through a variety. We did some corridor updates, and then we did some workshops with bringing the community in to get public input on updating several things. So the first thing we did was the Rot Road corridor update, and that was in October of 2018 was when that was complete. Residents came in, we did the exercise. That was a very well-attended corridor study. The residents were really excited. They were all writing all over the maps, talking about connections, and they wanted mixed use, neighborhood mixed use along Watt Road. We also updated the densities for medium density residential and mixed use neighborhood and established the high density residential land use designation. This is, the next one we did was the outlet corridor update, and that was completed in April of 2019. Then we did the McPhee Road corridor update, and that was completed in January of 2020. They were the opposite. They did not want any, we took the commercial hub out. They did not want a commercial hub in their area. They were very insistent that they really didn't want to see a lot more development along that corridor. Of course, we were able to purchase the McPhee Road land. The Grove at Boyd Station had been zoned for residential use for years, so they were entitled to that use there. Then we did the MUTC land use description update. We just updated the character of that area. The original character or the original use said substantially multifamily as residences, and we knew at that point that most residents did not support that. The next thing was the medium density and high density residential text amendments. That was complete in September of 2021. That was more of an exercise of bringing the community in and hashing through what we wanted in medium density, how we wanted that defined. High density, we kind of knew what we had, but we weren't opening the land use map up to any more of that. The next one was the Kingston Pike sub-area Boring Road update. That was completed in two things. It was October of 22 and May of 23. And one of the last things I did, I went through the whole map and looked at each of the built environment areas to see if they were designated accurately. A lot of them were designated more dense than they actually were, and that update was completed in February 23. And so here we are with the mixed-use town center plan update. This is one of the last ones that we've envisioned we needed to do as a steering committee. So hopefully we can get through this and get that adopted and make those changes. Can you go back to that one map, though?
Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
which one?
So,
This is the map that I
yeah,
had.
the map comparison. So the map on the left is the map that was adopted in December 2012. And the map on the right is where we stand today. We still have some work to do. The Biddle property and the Ford property outside of the mixed-use town center, we need to take a look at that. I think I'm suggesting that we maybe bring that to this Planning Commission next month for discussion, yeah. It's too dense. All that's zoned for R2, and that it probably needs to be reflected as low density, very low density on the map. You can see that we've reduced the density in this area substantially based on public input gradually through the last, 5 years, 6 years that we've been at this. We've gotten a lot of opportunities to explore a lot of the corridors and work with the residents to get this map squared away. So that's how we got where we are today.
Thank you, Louise. That's an excellent review.
Get back to the regular. I'll try to be brief with this, but there's a lot to cover. Louise has already talked about some things that I was going to talk about as far as just some very general background. We have been looking at our comprehensive land use plan for the past several years. I mean, we actively use the plan in this community, which is a good thing. It's a living document that guides us in implementation measures and CIP projects and rezonings. So we want it to be current and reflective of what the community wants. So when we got to the mixed-use town center priority area, given the historic importance of having a downtown, which, as Louise just showed, has been kind of a goal since the town was founded, frankly. We felt like this particular priority area might be a good one for outside consultants to come in and work with the community and put together a vision plan. So we ended up, the Board of Mayor and Aldermen allocated some money for this, and we sent out requests for qualifications, and we ended up giving the job to TSW out of Atlanta. And they basically started pretty much a year ago with this process, and basically I'm just going to go through the document that was on the website, the main sections of the plan, and just highlight some of the key points. The vision plan as presented has 5 chapters. Like most plans, the first chapter is an inventory of existing conditions, and we'll go through that. The second is a market analysis. Basically, if you're putting together a plan, you need to make sure that somebody would actually build what you're proposing in the plan, because otherwise there's no reason to have a plan. Third, talks about the public outreach process that they used, which was very substantial. Fourth was recommendations, and fifth was the implementation. So the goal really with this item with you all is to get any feedback that you may have on the plan so that we can get that to the consultant. They can make the changes, updates, whatever, and bring it back to you all for a recommendation in June to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. So real quick, just going through the plan itself, it's a pretty lengthy document. Hopefully you all had a chance to look through it. First chapter, existing conditions. That is the previous study area, at least, the mixed-use town center as it's mapped in our current comprehensive land use plan. It was updated in 2012. And that was the first plan that we actually mapped land uses. We didn't have that in the past. So this area, basically from Glen Abbey to Concord Road in the Kingston Pike Campbell Station Road intersection was the overall study area. They looked at existing land uses. There was a particular focus on undeveloped parts of this area, which I'll get to in more detail in a minute. As you can see in the current mix of land uses, you have commercial, you have some office, a fair amount of institutional uses that are either within or just outside of this area, and some vacant area that again, I'll talk about. The future land use map, of course, they looked at that. That's kind of what guided the area that they were initially looking at. The zoning, what's the current zoning this particular area? Then what are some of the community resources that are either within the study area or just outside? And there's a number of them. Some historic, a lot of institutional uses that are really concentrated in this part of the town. And then another thing that this plan really focused a lot of attention on was transportation and looking at connectivity or the lack of connectivity. A lot of their recommendations that are in the plan deal with this. One of the biggest concerns that we had from residents was traffic. And we all know that as communities grow, they have more people and you're going to have more traffic. So a lot of the recommendations that are in the plan are intended to not only, well, really to address improvements to traffic, whether it's land use or providing for more connectivity. So the evaluation of existing connectivity was a critical element of that. If anybody has any questions as I'm going through this, feel free to jump in. This is just for discussion. The second chapter they looked at, they had a financial analyst as part of the team that looked at, did some market analysis of the area, what kind of uses would potentially work for undeveloped tracts. So they looked at some, obviously the town center at Biddle Farms is under construction. And they also looked at the Ford and the Allen tracts, which are two of the largest undeveloped tracts in our town center. There's been some recent requests on the Ford property that haven't moved forward because they weren't deemed to be compatible with the mixed-use town center. And several years ago on the Allen property, that was actually rezoned with a concept plan to have 4-story vertical mixed use on that property. So all those things were put into consideration with the market analysis. The third chapter deals with their public outreach process. This was pretty robust. There was, get this out here. But basically, they had two steering committee meetings. We had 5 stakeholder group interviews where they basically had groups of individuals from different perspectives of the community to talk about what is a town center to them, what would they like to see in this part of the town, what are we doing well, what do we need to work on, those kinds of things. So we had 5 of those groups and we got a lot of input from them. We had 2 rounds of community surveys, had over 1,500 responses, which is really phenomenal for us. That was a really good response rate. And then we had 4 community workshops that were all well attended. So the process for engaging the public was very robust with this plan, and they received a lot of input. One of the early questions that they asked the community was, you have the current boundary of the town center, should it be expanded or contracted? And when the community weighed in, they did want to see the boundary expanded to Concord Road over on the east part. Let me pull this up here. On the east part of the study area, this area here, because that wasn't previously included in the mixed-use town center land use area. So that was added. And then the consultant, based on their interviews with the stakeholders and steering committee and staff and market and their kind of analysis of existing conditions, put together a preliminary framework plan for the first workshop, which was in August 29th. And that was intended to solicit input from the public, give them something to react to so that they could have some positive input. They had a series of visual preference boards at that meeting where participants were asked to provide input on the boards. And so then they had top 3 choices based on different components that they were trying to get feedback on. Public spaces, what kind of public spaces would you like to see? So open space areas that were kind of just, unprogrammed, frankly, was the top choice for that. And then, bicycle, pedestrian facilities, crossing major arterial roads like Kingston Pike and Campbell Station Road was a big concern and a big consideration of their recommendations. And then we looked at mobility enhancements, trying to provide for, again, options to increase connectivity. Part of the problem with traffic and particularly in this part of the town. The team that did this plan had a transportation engineer as part of their team, so he knew what he was doing and looked at the traffic counts, looked at our current connectivity, and we really are fairly poorly connected right now. And what happens is everybody gets dumped out at these major intersections, and they back up, particularly with the schools being in this general area too. So the goal, as we'll talk about with the recommendations, was to look at ways of providing other options, and that was a key consideration as the plan moved forward, and a key desire from the community from the workshop. They looked at streetscaping elements, adding street trees, outdoor gathering spaces, looking at residential scales. The townhomes were the top preferred residential scale. As far as commercial, the two-story was the top choice as far as the scale for a mixed-use type commercial building. They wanted to have more casual dining areas, outdoor gathering spaces. Those were important. And then, trying to have these place-making elements like art, murals, and different kind of gateway features that kind of identify this part of the town in different ways was also deemed to be important. So after the first community workshop, as I said in August of last year, we sent out a survey and put it online and in other media outlets, basically for the whole month of September of 2023, to again engage the public and ask them different questions that they could weigh in on. The biggest question was, do you still value the town center concept? Do you still want to be working on the development of a town center for Farragut? And the predominant response there was yes, they did. That was still a very valuable objective. So that was kind of the initial round of public input, and then the consultant took all that. They made recommendations, and you can see these different recommendations. We've talked about some of these: connectivity, creating more public spaces, creating a sense of identity with placemaking, these gateway areas into the town center, trying to find ways to generate economic activity and investment. An event center was one idea that came up on one of the properties that I'll talk about. Continuing to encourage high-quality development. As you know, we have a high masonry requirement, particularly in the town center area, and that was the consultants felt that was a good provision, and we should maintain that. And really just trying to promote the right mix of mixed use. And these are some of the key recommendations that relate to that. So they developed kind of an updated framework plan for this, really the next round of public input. And they focused on the three undeveloped parts of the mixed-use town center: the Ford Tract, on the west part here, the Allen Tract, and then the Concord Road corridor. That was their three focus areas as far as trying to develop framework plans with desired land uses and connectivity and things that were part of this, essential parts of this vision plan. So they provided some examples as far as the form of land uses that were in the plan and what that might look like event center, boutique hotel, townhomes, quadplexes, types of buildings. They did not include any new multifamily. We were pretty clear to the consultant that that would not go anywhere. So one of the reasons that they did end up proposing an event center was that was, it was something that the community said they felt like they needed, and it also could potentially make a project economically viable, and you wouldn't have to have that multifamily option to make the numbers work. So again, looking at the viability of what they were proposing, and these are some other scales of land uses. Single family was a big component of a lot of this. So on the Ford property, the consultant, this plan is really about options. A lot of the feedback that we received in the survey was that we didn't want anything to happen. We want the field to remain the field, and that's fine. I don't necessarily personally disagree with that, but that's not reality. So the consultant basically was given the task of looking at what's the property currently zoned, what could you do with the property by right now, and give you an option as to what you could do if you chose something different based on the community input. So with the Ford property, looking at existing zoning, you've got about 13 acres on the north end that's zoned commercial. And then you've got about 10 acres that are office. Part of that actually backs up to part of the Glen Abbey subdivision. And then the rest is residential. Typically, when you have this kind of what I would call Euclidean zoning, where you've got these separation of uses, the traffic generation is generally greater than a mixed-use development. That's not always the case, but that's generally the case. People aren't as able to get around and through a development as easily without their car. That was a big consideration. There's not any planned open space in this. It's basically just you can put commercial in the front, office in the middle, and some residential in the back, and that's something that you could get anywhere. So what they put together was an option for the community to look at. And so up at the north end, you have the commercial. That could be general commercial or potentially vertical mixed use. Then you had this event center, boutique hotel up against Kingston Pike. And then some programmed open space throughout the development. We'll show some images of this, but lots of community open space on the property in strategically located portions of the development. And then you had some townhomes as far as the residential component that was adjacent to the commercial. And then transition to single-family residential, and that would abut the Glen Abbey subdivision and the Park Place subdivision, so that under current zoning, you got office that abuts part of Glen Abbey. With this option, it's going to be residential abutting residential. So again, and looking at the connectivity, this is, as I mentioned earlier, very important, because if you give people more ways to get around, you're not overloading any one or two intersections in the town. So some of the connectivity goals were to, signalize this, have an access basically here at Jamestown and Kingston Pike, have Municipal Center go through. Then you also have some opportunities to connect to properties to the east and the south. Ultimately, maybe to get to Red Mill Lane to the south. In some fashion, it's not specified directly how you would do that. And then also providing a lot of walking trails and trail connections throughout the overall space that would be inviting kind of multi-use type trails. So they have the town green. This is what's envisioned to be just west of the town hall in the plan. You can see the event center building, which is at the top of the screen here. That's this. And it's kind of a neat building. It's intended to kind of match the form of the Campbell Station Inn. So this would be a great public space that they're showing, an amphitheater. Again, the event space between the green space and Kingston Pike. And then they have a shared street, which would be just to the west of the town hall as well. And that's a street that most of the time functions as a street, but it could be shut down for events. And so that was another component of this particular property. The second area they looked at was the Allen property. This is a very different property from the Ford property. It's fairly difficult to see from Kingston Pike or Campbell Station Roads. It's not really a good non-residential property, frankly. But it is currently zoned Town Center District, which would allow for 4-story vertical mixed use. That has not moved forward, probably because it would be difficult to market that in that particular location. So what the option that's in the plan for this property has townhomes and up to a 6-plex on as far as the residential component, kind of on the east part of the Allen property. There would be an access through with a designed roundabout to kind of discourage cut-through traffic there. And then really capitalizing on the North Fork of the Turkey Creek floodplain with a walking trail that would go down and connect into the outdoor classroom. And then eventually to the north to tie into Founders Park. So that's the option for the Allen property. And then the third area was Concord Road. Right now, Concord Road it's about 13 acres that are zoned commercial. You've got about 10.5 acres that are zoned office that are actually directly across from Thornton Heights. So what they're proposing here is basically having residential that would be along Concord Road. So you have residential across from residential. And then you, again, trying to capitalize on this natural resource. In this case, it would be Turkey Creek floodplain. And, making that a walking trail area, and it's kind of a green space area, keeping the commercial in this part of the town, part of the corridor. And then introducing a multi-use trail on the west side of Concord Road. There's currently not a facility on the west side, and that's what they would be proposing for Concord Road. And then all together, the framework plan, this is like the overall mobility plan I talked about earlier, looking for ways to provide for better overall connectivity, giving people more options to move around this part of town and throughout the town. So now getting to a little more specifics with the transportation. As I said, the team had a transportation engineer that really worked a lot on Kingston Pike and Campbell Station Road, as well as a little bit on Jamestown and Concord Road. It kind of takes the existing cross-section that you see in general. Kingston Pike is, the right-of-way there varies from 80 to 100 feet, so this is just a generalized cross-section, and then kind of a generalized cross-section of what they envision. And again, a lot of this, these proposed cross-sections, a lot of things have to be in place for them to make sense. And to, for example, on Kingston Pike, some of the raised medians that they're showing would never be possible or recommended unless Jamestown was signalized at both ends so that you can get those breaks in traffic. So there's some things that have to come together for some of these concepts to work. But again, introducing some raised medians, which not only creates a sense of arrival to this part of the town, but it also helps control turning movements and people using the center turn lane as a driving lane, which happens all the time. They looked at trying to tighten turning radiuses coming into and out of existing access points. adding more connections where possible. And one thing we did point out to the consultant was give consideration to stacking, because when you have these raised medians, make sure that you still have plenty of room for stacking. And he felt comfortable with where he's showing them. He did scale these back. They were bigger in certain locations on earlier versions. But he feels like once Jamestown is signalized, that this would be an appropriate treatment for Kingston Pike. And as you're moving down Kingston Pike, the lower part there is moving down toward Campbell Station Inn, part of Kingston Pike, and come to Campbell Station Road, and then keep moving eastward. There's another raised median to the east of 35 North, and that one has a mid-block pedestrian crossing, a protected pedestrian crossing with a hybrid beacon light. And what a hybrid beacon light is it's basically a pedestrian red light. It's a very successful type of tool to protect pedestrians, mainly on heavily traveled roads like Kingston Pike in this case. So a pedestrian would come up to the pedestrian push button. They push the button, and on Kingston Pike there's a flashing yellow on the pedestrian beacon, and then it goes to solid yellow. And then when the pedestrian can cross and the count starts, then there's a double red on the pedestrian beacon signal so that the cars have to stop. And once the pedestrian crosses the road, then it goes to a flashing red briefly, and then it goes off until it's activated by the next pedestrian. So it's a little bit more of a substantial type of pedestrian crossing. In the research that I've done on these things, it looks like that they reduce pedestrian impacts by about 70%, actually, this type of device. So it could be something worth looking at because getting across Kingston Pike was one of the things we heard from the community that was a challenge. It's a challenge for me. And so any way that we can try to address that, whether it's above ground like this, underground like some of the plans that we've had in the past as well, would be potentially desirable. So Campbell Station Road, they have a raised median proposed here, but it is north of the intersection with Jamestown, and it would only make sense, again, in this case, if Jamestown was signalized there so that you could get the gaps in the traffic. But again, these pedestrian medians are intended to do a lot of things, but really creating this sense of arrival that you've entered, the town, a different part of the town. You can tell when you're on Campbell Station Road in Kingston Pike that you're in a different space, and that was a key element. Concord Road and Jamestown Boulevard, they also looked at those. What's the existing cross-section in general? What would be a better cross-section for both traffic control and pedestrians? Those are in the plan. And then the Chapter 5 talks about implementation. It kind of prioritizes some things that the town could start doing relatively soon, like looking at using the plan to help guide future development, certainly. But then really just kind of looking at our current regulations. If the community does want what's provided for generally in this plan, look at our regulations to see what we need to do to bring that to fruition. We've done that many times before with a lot of these projects that have happened. We had to make changes to allow it to happen, whether it's in the town center or Top Golf or whatever. So that's an important part of something that we could do in the near term. Looking at a financial feasibility analysis, particularly for the Ford property, what would be a viable type project there, and what might be the town's potential involvement with that, based on the financial feasibility study. So, those are some short-term things that we can look at. They also have some other priority projects. Actually, the pedestrian crossing on Kingston Pike was one that they identified. And then the trail through the Allen property is something that they identified as a potential near-term project. Frankly, it probably would be likely happen whenever that property is to develop, but it is something that potentially could happen before that. Placemaking opportunities, doing an arts and cultural master plan, implementing placemaking projects. Right now, and probably next month at the Planning Commission meeting, they're going to be bringing the wayfinding proposal to you all, get your feedback on. And that's a big part of placemaking, and Town Center is a key part of that, to try to identify that you're entering this particular part of the town through wayfinding and signage, gateway type treatments. And then the last part of the plan really just kind of breaks out different types of categories of projects, what their general timeline could be and cost, and who might participate in those. And they're pretty detailed, breaking it down into mobility projects, future development, economic development, and placemaking. And that's a general overview of the plan. If anybody has any specific questions or comments, I would be happy to try to answer those.
At the appropriate time, I've got some about the Concord Road concept.
Okay.
We want to start earlier in the plan, go to that, or start anywhere you want to.
Wherever you want to. It's
Jump in.
Let me go down to that.
Totally adamantly oppose the concept in here for Concord Road. We have got, the idea of putting townhomes in a corridor, basically creating a body of buildings, separating that from the green space. If I'm a resident on the other side of Thornton House, we come trying to get out. Right now, on that concept plan, there are 4, I know there's this quote roundabouts, and we seem to be a little bit roundabout happy too. But we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 entrances to Concord Road, Shelton's Plain, in that one short stretch. If you think traffic's bad now, it's good, it looks good on paper to somebody, but in reality, this is an absolute disaster.
Well, there's only one
I
new
haven't
one.
finished
There-
part.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
And another thing, is they say, I mean, we've got these things buttoned up right against, we say we value our history. Pleasant Forest Cemetery goes back to the 1700s, and we're going to cram townhouses right up against the border of it, and the entrance right next to the entrance to the cemetery, and it's, historic stone wall and everything else. This totally, I can see something more up at the intersection where the red light is now. But you start extending it down through that, to me, it's a disaster creating that corridor.
You know it's zoned for office though, right?
I know that is, but that doesn't mean I don't like that either.
I'm sure, I'm just saying that office is gonna generate more traffic than townhomes
This is
will.
a trail connection too, Ed. It's not a street. The green is this trail.
Yeah, but right next to it is a gray shade. Right next to it, right to the north of it.
Well, that's an existing road in Thornton Heights. That's
No,
what you're
not on the
talking
west
about.
side.
Yeah, I don't know what you're referring to. That's all Concord Road there.
I mean, Ed, what do you propose we put, we allow there?
Well, he says the way they blocked off each of those orange blocks in between them, you see the gray in
Yeah.
between, he's saying that's access point.
I mean, I agree, I do think they are access points. I mean, But I don't think you're talking a whole lot of units of townhouses in there. I mean,
I
it's,
don't care if it's one, it's bad.
Okay. Well, no, that's fine. I appreciate the input. That's,
And particularly the ones that are closer to the cemetery.
I do have to, from a practical point of view, it's zoned office.
I understand that.
And they have, I'm not arguing with you, I'm asking you. If it's zoned office and they have a right to use it as office, and you have a choice between a limited number of townhomes or office, which are you picking? Because we know it's gonna develop.
It's almost like a presidential.
I'm sorry.
Cemetery wants to expand, by the way.
Well, and they
That
do,
was an-
and I know they're,
that was my-
they do want us to expand, and they've been wondering for a couple of years, and possibly that solves our problem. Mine is, because just dovetailing off of what he's saying, we've had great success. We did it with Virtue Road, we did it with Union Road, talking to the community and getting input about their vision for, and I know that this is a vision plan and we can add that in, but I want to make it clear in this plan that this is just a suggestion.
Yeah.
I really, the community that lives there is going to have a better idea of how they want to use that. I don't mind having, when they first showed this, they were going to have a road going from Hewlin across and over, and I said, you're gonna, first off, you're gonna create a cut-through, which nobody wants that. But I wouldn't put the trail there, I would move the trail up further north or further south and make it a mid-block crosswalk instead of worrying about it coming out in a roundabout, because we're struggling with the roundabout on McPhee when people are using that. So I would move that trail one way or the other, regardless of whether the Pleasant Forest expands. We could still work a trail through there that crosses over and into the space. Getting people off of Concord Road, because right now it's very hostile, would be, I think, a nice solution for a lot of the people who are going to walk along there. That was my concern with how this verbiage is related in the Concord Road. I want to make sure that it's communicated in this plan, that these road ideas, all of them are, this is a suggestion, and the community needs to be part of a more detailed plan.
Yeah.
I think that's really, really important.
It's very important.
This is a vision.
Yeah.
And subject to future considerations.
Everything.
And public input. And,
Yeah.
Planning commission decisions and board of mayor and alderman decisions. But this, to me, is a good vision product right here, this document. And I don't think we should try to make it a plan.
So I will also say this, I know, I expressed this during the steering committee. I understand the goal of the islands on Kingston Pike and Campbell Station, but in reality and practicality, I'm really struggling with them in the whole. The fact of the matter is this: we are a car-centric community, and we always will be. This is when we get on trails or sidewalks. Even if we're going to go someplace, it's when it's beautiful out and it's a pleasant experience. Otherwise, we're getting in our car and we're going. And I'm struggling with the medians. I'd rather, along the Ford property, I'd rather pull the pedestrian off that main stretch and help pedestrians get off of the main stretch, because regardless of whether you have an island there or not, people are still driving fast. And it's still a rather hostile environment, and it isn't going to be very pleasant, regardless of if you have the islands. You still have a lot of traffic flowing there.
Well, some of the islands are designed to, like I said earlier, try to keep people from making improper turning movements. And again, all this would be, you'd have to have these things signalized. Yeah. Jamestown would have to be signalized for you to have any of these islands. See, it's hard to envision the islands because everybody just thinks of what it's like now. And you'd have to make a lot of changes for the islands to make sense and to actually work. There was a lot of pushback on the Grigsby Chapel Islands
Yes.
when those were put in, but to me, as far as I know, I've never heard everybody I've ever talked to loves them. I know it's a completely different road, but.
Except Public Works. Public Works, I don't think they love them
Well,
as
they
much as we
probably
do.
don't.
Well, and I
Yeah,
will
that's
tell you,
probably true.
when I walked
That's
the campaign trail, I did hear from people that weren't happy about them, but I heard from some people where it was being used as a travel lane, literally used as a travel lane, not a turn lane. I don't see that as often on Kingston Pike. Yeah, people will come into the turn lane a little early, but they don't travel down it like they were. My understanding was in Grigsby Chapel, there were several opportunities where people almost had
Pass,
an illusion because they were driving in it. They weren't using it to turn.
They don't do it in the south side, but if you go back up in front.
Well, I think adding some language in there that really makes it clear that this is just a vision and that detailed applications to these streets are going to require
I'd like to make a
detailed
comment.
plans.
We can't finalize this document, this meeting will be here until daybreak.
Yeah.
But what I think is maybe on the table of contents, there is a forward that explains the purpose and scope of this document. It says what it's for and what is required to finalize the products that result from this vision. Okay? And I think a forward might do that.
Well, and maybe,
Right now, there's nothing up front that really kind of tells you how to use this document, and I think that we should.
I also, whatever we do, whatever we approve or move up, there's going to be some pushback at the board level about what is in this plan, regardless of what.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, there's a lot of work to do.
Yes.
There's a lot of really big decisions made. There's one toward the end there, should we buy the Ford property or not? Pretty sure that's above our pay grade.
I will also say, just because I need to say it, the Campbell Station Road, we think that there isn't a lot of issues there, and this might look attractive, but we do get a stacking issue coming into school access. And I would really want to understand how the cars are adjusting, because I would never wait in that line, but a lot of people do, especially when it rains. And there's cars going past them, and I don't know if they need that space of this turn lane as part of them getting around the cars that are stacking up here on the school access. But we need to understand the facts on the ground before we're.
It's a follow-up to this document.
Yeah.
I'd like to make a comment about, since you're talking about actually that area where Craig Williams' property is. Over the past 6 years, since he decided he wanted to rezone it mixed-use town center, he wanted to connect his property to Jamestown. He wanted to build a bridge over the bridge and connect it. And as recently as a year ago, he said he still wanted to do it because he knew it would improve the value of his property. So I think we need to.
But does he know how expensive that's going to be?
He said he's willing to do it, and if he says that, I think somebody should be looking at, talking to him before we put the money in them.
Well, and what property is available to him to do that is the other problem, is do we have any room in there to fit a right-of-way? That's the
He
question.
says he said he had it looked at, and said he would do it, so.
Okay.
Mark, I think he's trying to contact.
Be expensive.
He built that other road, by the way, the road from his property out to Kingston Pike,
Really?
that's his road.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, he built that.
Okay, I do have a couple of people that signed up to speak to this, if you want.
Do we have any other input, comments?
Not at this point.
And you can email me comments that I can get to the consultant if you want. That'd be perfectly fine. The first speaker is Evan Loney. Lori?
Hello. So my name is Evan Loy. I actually live at 12303 Turkey Creek Road. I actually just recently heard about the proposed medians that I saw in this Now, as far as you mentioned Grigsby Chapel Road. Certainly, medians can be quite nice to look at, and they do serve some level of purpose on certain roads. Grigsby Chapel Road's one of those roads that has served a purpose, and it's done it pretty well. My fear with some of the ones that I saw proposed on here, again, Kingston Pike, one of the biggest ones, is it is a Tennessee highway. It was the original one before the interstate got put in, and it's always going to be served in that way in some respect, especially if there's any issue on the interstate. In those instances, and we've all seen it, it can get pretty bad as far as that traffic goes. So my fear and my question to you guys and how it might be addressed, and I know that you have proposed a lot of connections and stuff like that. It is an issue, and that would certainly help with some people, the people that would be making use of those connections. But again, in those extreme cases where we've got those situations where people are bypassing traffic essentially, and again, it's always going to happen. These medians are going to essentially make those pathways, which in those cases are used by emergency vehicles, right? Like we've got the fire department right there. They've got fire trucks, ambulances, all that stuff. My fear is that these medians, which do, as you guys say, block through traffic, which I don't really see that all often, but I'm not going to eliminate that as a possibility. But there's times where that is the way that our emergency vehicles are able to get around at times. And our population around here, there's quite a few that are kind of getting on in age. And then we've got a number of funeral homes out that direction, which are in the path, basically, of these proposed medians. It could potentially cause like life or death situations. It's one of my fears with that. And then, of course, you have the other side of it, just for the people that aren't in life or death situations, as you guys were talking about stacking, limiting the capability to actually get onto Kingston Pike, since we know people do go pretty quickly on it. Again, it's a Tennessee highway for the most part. Limiting the ability to actually get in or off of it can affect the safety of it. So that's my worries concerning this.
Thank you.
Thanks.
That's good.
Thank you. Good points.
Then the next speaker is Mike Mitchell.
Good evening. Mike Mitchell, Brooksworth Boulevard. I think Evan had a lot of good points. I won't go over all of them, but when I look at the TSW plan, it reminds me of my early career. I spent a lot of time around Emory University and Georgia Tech. That's what this feels like. And I think it's a great plan in a lot of ways. The transportation component, I think there are some issues that we should think about. One of the things that concerns me the most is this turning radius. That seemed to me to be a technical way of talking about let's reduce lane width at Kingston Pike and Campbell Station. I don't agree with that. The Biddle Farm survey said, and this was 4 years ago, and we're looking at 15,000 people at Kingston Pike and Campbell Station Road a day 4 years ago. I don't know what it is now, more. But I think the two best things we could do is listen to the traffic engineers from the Biddle Farm survey. They said we need a new left-hand turn lane on Campbell Station, turning left to Kingston Pike, and we need one on Kingston Pike, turning left to Campbell Station. I would prefer those be full width, because the problem is we have so many people with SUVs and pickup trucks. We have so many semis, so many dump trucks, so many moving trucks. If we're at 11 feet now, if we just rob from the existing lanes to add a new lane, we're going to go down to 9 feet 10 inches. I think that's a dangerous situation. So that's one cautionary thing I see in what they're suggesting. The other cautionary thing is what Evan talked about. My fear is that with these islands, we create a water hammer effect. There could be nothing worse on Kingston Pike, and the Vice Mayor has talked about this, and so has the Mayor on social media. We don't want people in the left-hand lane to stop, to wait to queue into the turn lane. That's chaos. We're different. This isn't Emory. It's not Georgia Tech. It's Highway 11. It's Highway 70. It's 2 state roads on 1 road bed. The interstate is Interstate 40 and Interstate 75. It's 2 interstates on 1 road bed. We are sadly unique. North Shore Drive is simply, it's been overbuilt. If you think about our north-south, our east-west connections, those islands, I'm afraid, are a public safety hazard. And I know that members of the board are concerned about it too, and I know it's a vision statement. And I know it's aspirational, and I know that no decision will be made soon. I would just request that the next step, that it be the only item for discussion. It be advertised in the paper. I don't think a lot of people have seen this. And it's a good document. And it looks to me like it's had a second draft and it's been improved. But I'm curious, since I'm here this evening, if you all would share, what are your feelings specifically about Kingston Pike, about these medians on Kingston Pike in the middle turn lane? Would any of you care to share?
I already have.
Well, you have, and you weren't for it. And the Vice Mayor is skeptical. Okay, well, it's a public safety.
Yeah, it's, oh, sorry, I didn't realize you were talking. Go ahead.
Well, I'm just saying it's pretty exceptional for rendering and what have you, and it was for certain situations. I'm also mindful of experience on Cumberland Avenue. It's an example here in our back pocket.
That's a great example.
Let's be careful to know we are not doing a road diet.
I'm just saying, we cut down on that, like you say, the stacking issue will be a major
I agree.
to complicate an already.
And you work for the fire department. I'd love to hear what you have to say.
Just like my friend Deputy Foster here, yeah, we drive emergency vehicles for a living, so certainly islands on a state highway could have the potential to be an issue. Even when you're not talking about a state highway, they have an issue. So if you're going down Parkside and when you get to Cedar Bluff and it stacks, is the term we've been using, you're going to be putting the emergency vehicle in the oncoming traffic every time because the cars are blocked and they have nowhere to go. So that's for sure an issue, right? So there would have to be a lot of things that were looked at on the, as Mark mentioned, there's a whole lot that would have to change before you can even entertain the thought of having islands on Kingston Pike, right? I think my only caveat about Kingston Pike is it's no different than the document we were talking about earlier. This is new for the feds, but this is not new science, right? This is, again, things that we've known for a really long time about how you mitigate injuries, and that's speed. So we also don't want Kingston Pike to be a freeway, right? Because that's truly what injures and kills people is speed. So slowing down traffic on Kingston Pike is not a bad thing. Again, 2 things can be true at the same time, right? So that would be my response to islands on Kingston Pike.
One other thing, and I'll close with this. We know that the interstate, and I was talking a moment ago about the water hammer effect in traffic. So what happens here on I-40 at Lovell Road? Why does it always slow down? It slows down because you're going from 4 to 3. All right, the last thing we want is a water hammer effect on our most traveled road. So here's the thing that's going to happen. We're going to extend that 4th lane. And when they begin that construction, things are going to get a little difficult here. So I like the document. I think there are a lot of good things. It's just the two things in the transportation part of it I had concerns on. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Anybody else have anything they'd like to add?
One thing I'd like to say is I think this document is an incredibly well-prepared document. It does a lot of foundation work, it has public input, and it has some well-thought-out and substantiated recommendations. Granted, there may be some things that we not particularly want to do, but the document itself is well done. And my compliments to those folks that prepared this document.
And the time spent with our committees that worked on it.
Yeah.
You're on board.
Yeah, I think having a forward in the table of contents, really clarifying what's the intent of this plan and the scope of it, it would be very important. If we leave these concepts in there, like leaving the medians in there, but people need to know on the front end that, you know, obviously to have those, there's going to have to be engineering analyses.
Finalize that document. And
Right.
I think we should do the best we can and then recognize that it's going to get massaged.
Yeah.
Based on future inputs.
I think the key thing is with a vision document is, are you comfortable with the general concepts that they're trying to promote? The medians are a concept, and they're a gateway feature. They're a traffic calming measure. They're an aesthetic measure. They're all kinds of things. They may not ever happen, but that's the concept of what they're trying to promote as part of this vision plan. So I think if you all are comfortable with the general concepts that they have in this plan, that's the main feedback that I need to convey to them.
Absolutely.
Moving forward.
Everything except the medians on Kingston Pike, I'm comfortable with.
Okay.
I also, I'm not a big fan of Concord Road either, but
Because I don't
Won't
see ever
rehash
being
that.
funded.
Yeah, I agree with that on Concord Road.
Should we just have them take it out? Is that what you're suggesting?
It's realistic.
On Kingston Pike?
yeah, I
We
mean,
can do that. I mean,
look, there's islands on South Campbell Station, right? I mean, these things are not impossible, but Kingston Pike is probably a bridge too far for sure.
I think if we're talking about the, and I'm going to give you some of my other notes about other verbiage that I'd like to just have. But when we're talking about the mid-block crosswalk, and that's right where we were considering the tunnel,
Yeah.
I would love to have a community conversation about, one, is that going to be used? Will that be used there? I like the idea to taking people crossing Kingston Pike at a mid-block area where you don't have all the turning motions, because that's where the conflicts come in, and that's where pedestrians get hurt. We've already had an employee from 35 North got hurt coming across the street to get to work, and we need to recognize that we have some issues. But I would love to have a community conversation. I'm kind of eerie about the tunnel, because it's a stormwater tunnel.
Right,
and that means that whenever it floods,
Limited use, yeah.
it's gonna be, we're gonna have Public Works gonna have to go in there and clean it out. If it's not used, it could be a place where things we don't want happening are happening. So, but I still want to have I still think that's worthy of a community conversation.
About 6, 8 years ago, when the tunnel first came up, there were a lot of people, a lot of women.
Yeah, well, I would
Against
use
that
it.
same.
Yeah.
That's what my wife
would
said,
use
and several other people.
I would use it. Yeah, we need to
They're safer.
understand.
I mean, they're safer for crossing the street.
Yeah, let's wrap it up. Let's go thank everybody for all their input and comments. Putting that all together. It's been a process, but positive. Mark, there any utilities this evening?
No, sir.
That said, the time is now approximately 11:06 p.m. Without objection, May 16th, 2024. Ferry Municipal Planning Commission meeting is now adjourned.
I'm going home, going to bed.
It's online.
Stuff to sign.
Normally I'd drink a beer, but not tonight.
I might have sent it to you in a week.
You should come with us.
Just remind me, I'll